good morning, weirdos. I trust you all slept better than me. And if you did, you're wrong. You're wrong. I slept too much, obviously. My wife commented yesterday on how many ums and uhs I had on any given video. And that's just the way it is, you know? Of course, given that I will probably now harass myself over all of the uhs, I will probably change it up a little bit. Good morning. Just getting ready to do my thing here. Is that Invised who promised to stop by this morning? Or is that someone else? I had too much sleep yesterday. Way too much sleep. After the show, I probably went to sleep at 11 in the morning. Didn't wake up again until about 5:30. So I went to sleep as my daughter took off to go to one class. And then she came home and took a nap and got up and got ready to go to another class while I was napping. And then I got up and I had dinner and went and picked her up from her class and came home and went right to sleep about 10 o'clock. I did have some cookies. I had some Nutter Butters. Hey, thanks for the like. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. If you stick around long enough, I might even play a song. I've been, every time I go out in the car, I listen to a new song on the radio and I was like, ooh, I want to learn how to play that one. And since I'm not a guitar player or a musician or a singer, it's usually a pretty far reach for me to do a song. But last night, as usual, cranking down the road with my Sirius XM radio on, and let's see if I can dig it up here. I was listening to Wildfire, Michael Murphy. Are you familiar with Wildfire? Great friggin' song. I looked through some versions of it here, and somebody's got, that's not it. Somebody's got a version of this in chords that I can deal with. I can't deal with weird chords. My fingers don't work that way. So let's see. Cowboy chords. Let's see, I had it last night, darn it. I'll have to go through all of them until I find it then. So yeah, so like I was listening to good old Wildfire by Michael the Man Murphy, you know, Michael Martin Murphy. What a great song. But yeah, I found a version that was pretty easy to play. The only thing is that I'll have to learn the beginning of it. Doodle doodle doo, doodle doodle doo. I'm not talking about the piano intro. That's just, forget that. But that cool little guitar intro. Doodle doodle doo, doodle doodle doo. Doodle doodle doo, doodle doodle doo. Okay, here we go. C. Oh, so it's in the key of G. This is a good one, right? No capo. No capo. My guitar is probably way out of tune because it's so cold. Oh, but I won't even go there, right? She come down from Yellow Mountain. On a dark flatland she rides. Oh, on a pony she named Wildfire. The whirlwind by her side. Well, that's horrible. This is why I don't play in the morning. Anyway, let me have some coffee, some Bong Hits, and then I will bust into a song that I do know. Because I feel like playing this morning. I had so much sleep yesterday. I missed out on so much activity. I didn't get to play guitar or sing. I didn't get to edit any video. And that's a bummer because who's out there? Is that Inviced or Crim? I know one of you said that you liked Harry Styles. Yes? Yes? Harry Styles? Anybody? So my daughter and I, well, she's been to 3 Harry Styles concerts, and I have been to 2 of them. The last one that we went to was actually on Harry Styles' birthday last year, February 28th. It was, or was it the 1st? The March 1st. I can't remember. I know that right at the end, beginning right there, we went to Harry Styles' birthday at the Acrisure Arena, just down in the valley from where I am. I'm in Joshua Tree, Palm Springs, Coachella Valley, Coachella Fest. So Acrisure Arena is the hockey arena for the Firebirds hockey team out here in the desert. My daughter commented last night. She said, "Dad, you sound tired." Yeah, totally. Sure. Going out to 3 shows in a week and actually going into 2 of them and partying all fucking night. Oh, yeah. Pardon my language. There's children watching. You shouldn't be. Go to school. So I trust you can hear me well, everyone. Unfortunately, you had to hear that morning horrible guitarness. But it's a new song. I've never done this song before. There was another song that I was looking at last night. Question by the Moody Blues. Yeah, there is one that I've never even thought about playing before. Ooh, diminished, sustained, 7. Blah. Yeah, see, the chords all get weird, right? It's like you got to have fancy fingers. I don't have fancy fingers. I got Mrs. Mellinger's stupid fingers, right? Okay, CFC or GFC. Now see, that's a better one, right? Huh, that's neat. A GFC song. I like that. Let's fiddle with it. I'm not talking about a violin. Why do I never get an answer? But when we're knocking at the door, there's 1,000 million questions about hate and death and war. But when we stop and look around, well, it's just pretty simple chords. That F is hard for me. No, there's no P in there. Well, I'm going to have to fiddle with that one too. That one doesn't, every song that I play starts off exactly like this. Me going, "Whoa, that sounds cool, dude." And then I'll search for it and search through a bunch of different guitar websites and find somebody who does tablature. Tablature is when they show you what finger 1, 2, 3, 4 to put on what fret 1, 2, 3, 4 on what string 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's pretty basic, right? And that's it. And so I learned where to put my fingers, and then I go, "Oh wow, that's G chord, dude. Look, I'm doing a G chord, dude. I'm fancy." So yeah, I try to find these places who have pretty basic chords, and if not, something that I can just put a capo on and slide it there. There, you can see the capo now. Slide the capo up on the frets to get in the right key. But yeah, let me get a little coffee here, and I'll dig through my book, and I'll see if I If I can't, there we go. Let me put my glasses on so I can see what you're saying there, advised. I'm watching from a TV, so sorry if I'm not really talking. Cool. Okay. Well, if you're watching from a TV, then I'm friggin' huge, dude. What size TV? Is it like a 65 inch? Am I life size? One thing, was it you that liked Harry Styles? And am I on a big screen? That's what I really want to know. Harry Styles and big screen. Because those are like my important things right now. I need to know if you like Harry Styles. Because if so, let me know what song, and I'll try to find that song in my video collection and post that video. Because like I said, we've gone to 3 Harry Styles concerts, and my daughter records everything. And if not Harry Styles, who else? Because we go to see a lot of groups. We do. She just saw Fall Out Boy and recorded everything. I just saw Lucas Nelson and Promise of the Real and recorded a lot of it. Well, all right, I didn't record a lot. I recorded like 4 songs out of like 20. I tried to put some of his stuff into a reel, but it didn't work. It got like totally so many views, and then all of a sudden it got yanked. I don't think Lucas Nelson or his camp likes his stuff put into reels. He's got tons of stuff on YouTube, and he's okay with uploading his music on YouTube. But try to make a short, and he don't like it. So no more shorts of Lucas Nelson. All right, songbook. It's my songbook here. These are my little yellow Post-its with songs that I need to check out. My little thing with some tablature on it. All right, so we've got a new song here. Or actually, this is one of my songs. Let's see. I'm gonna have to move my thing here, and then you can see my desk, my little TV tray desk. Okay, so there's that. We get a little light on the subject. I want to blind you with it, and then I have to sit on the end of my chair because if I don't, my guitar bangs on this armrest. I had my little low seat, and I've been going to all these concerts and I forgot to fix it. So I'm going to have to fix it so I can have my little chair back. All right, so here's a song. I'm going to take off my glasses for this. I hope you're still there. This is one written by me. Let me see if I can. Let's get us mic'd a little bit better. There we go. Let's see. I think we're higher on voice than guitar. I better get a bit of tune or I'm going to be out of whack. All right, tune it up. Too high. And it's cool they make new guitars with the tuner built right into it, so you're just looking down at the electronics on the acoustics. I have a really cool fancy tuner here that my daughter got me at the Guitar Center, along with my cool capo that she got for me because I had been using this crappy capo. All right. So you never answered. Harry Styles, yay or nay? And am I on a big screen? Is my forehead like huge? Do I have like this huge forehead? Do I need to put a hat on because of the glare? All right, let's wake my fingers up. boogie in my soul. I think I'll smoke another bowl. I'm gonna have to get real high, and then I'm gonna have to fly. But with this boogie in my head, ain't nothing left to be said. I think I'll head right off to bed. I think I'll slip into a groove, the one that really makes me move. And then I'll have to get real loose, but just a drinking on some juice. My life is filled with so much pain, I think it's driving me insane. I got this boogie in my brain. This old cowboy is feeling good, just a cruising through the hood. But can't nobody bring me down, but when I'm feeling like a clown. With these cool jams on my box, dancing to Seeger in my socks. Camity's the one that rocks. I got this boogie in my beat. It's one that makes me move my feet. You'll stick my 8-track in your slot, the funky chicken and robot. Because my life is feeling sweet, my shoes parade me up the street. I got this boogie in my beat. I got this boogie in my soul, boogie in my soul. I got this boogie in my soul, boogie in my soul. I got this boogie in my soul, boogie in my soul. I got this boogie. That's hard to do in the morning. Whew, that's called Slip Into a Groove, and that's my my funky song. I play it a lot better, but not in the mornings. Can you hear me slurp on my coffee? Oh, that's good stuff. So let's see, Inviced, you're in Bernay. What do you drink since you're on your phone now, right now? What do you drink in the mornings? That was so good. Really? Thank you so much. Ooh. Ooh, that's an original that I wrote last year. I just picked up my guitar, had a wild hair, and wrote that. And that started this chain reaction of writing songs. I wrote this other one here in 1986, right? I wrote most of this song in 1986 and then finished the song this last summer. So this one goes way back. This one is like from my teen years. Same chord. Let's see. 1986. What? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not old. Why? How old are you? Cocaine, alcohol, and marijuana does it all. You will do the wrong thing. It's gonna eat right into your brain, but you're gonna do it again. You're addicted, doing that dope again, doing that dope again, just doing that dope again. Jump into your big fast car, take yourself to the bar. You done too many lines, you don't care what the fuck is the time, but you still don't seem to mind. Getting wasted, doing that dope again, doing that dope again, just doing that dope again. A caffeine, nicotine, and a Benzedrine will turn you on. Ecstasy will put holes in your brain. Too much flakka will drive you insane. But you're gonna trank it again. You're a dipshit, doing that dope again, doing that dope again, just doing that dope again. spend your savings, lose your wife, you'll be paying for the rest of your life. Push that speedball into your brain, blood will be pumping like a red freight train. Keep it up, it's gonna drive you insane. Look into your own eyes, find a straight jack just your size. Running around cause you're losing your mind, flopping on the ground cause it's twisting your spine. A few more minutes you'll be feeling fine. You're a zombie. Doing that dope again. Doing that dope again. Doing that dope again. Doing that dope again. Just doing that dope again. There you go, Invised. There's doing that dope again for you. I finished it off this last summer. You're like 15. Dude, you rock. My daughter's 19 going on 20. Dude, these are the years for you, man. Rock it, man. Rock it. When I was 15, I had a guitar over my shoulder every day. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like my song. I did a lot of dope growing up. So don't be a dope. Don't use dope. Right? Because, yeah, I did a lot of dope when I was a kid. And that ain't a good thing. So my daughter's 19. She never done dope. Right? Because that's what we do. We learn and we pass that knowledge on. So, yeah, don't be a dope. Don't use dope. Oh, I'm getting a little sniffly. I see we have another guest this morning. Is that Krim that is back, I hope? Or maybe Mike in the Garage? Or Garage Monkey or somebody? Or maybe even actually somebody I know? Maybe somebody? Hi? Okay, so we did Slip Into a Groove. And we did Doing That Dope. All right. And that was a good one. Oh, but while I've got you guys here, I've got a question about the settings when you go live on YouTube. It asks you what category of video you want to be put into or category of live. I've got mine set on entertainment because I don't really feel like I'm doing a blog. I feel like I want to be entertaining and educational and informative and, you know, I don't really feel like a blog, but should I set that to blog? Would I get more viewers? I don't know. Anybody got any ideas? Anyways, this is my list of concerts that's my daughter's got us set up to go to. The next show that she's going to is going to be I Don't Know How, But They Found Me, right? And I was like, okay, so like, but who are you? I know they found you, but who are you going to see? She really digs those emo bands and stuff. You should do both if that works. I don't know if I can only pick one. I like the entertainment one because I'm into entertainment. I'm an entertainment guy. You know, I love entertainment. I don't know much about blogs, but I guess this is probably a blog, right? A video blog or whatever. Krim is at school right now. Oh, man. So Krim must be younger too, huh? How old is Krim? So if that's not Krim, then I have another viewer that I don't know who it is. And that's kind of, it's kind of mysterious. All right, unknown viewer. Here comes another song. Take the glasses off for this. There we go. Mic set here so you hear less guitar, more of me. Loving me ain't easy, this God knows to be true. If you think you've got it rough, we'll jump back and take a look at you. Things I do seem to turn you off, and so I want to tuck a tail and run. Well, baby, are we feeling this way, or maybe we're just having fun? Ooh. Lord knows I try, mess that up. Sometimes I don't, when I know that I should. And when we have a quarrel, it really tears me up. Sometimes I think this girl is all messed up. Boy, my voice just ain't with it this morning. Gifted are the ones who choose, who stick through until the end. My hat is off to you, and high praise to you, my friend. This is kind of hokey, isn't it? I want to hold you in my arms, but you're always pushing me away. Will you get a load of yourself and make me shake my head and say, Lord knows I tried my best that I should. Sometimes I don't, when I know that I could. And when we have a quarrel, it really tears me up. Sometimes I think that I'm all messed up. All right, big finish. I take this advice, my friend, for all that it's worth to you. I love this girl of mine, and I know she really loves me too. Lord knows I try best that I can. Sometimes I don't, and I can't understand. And when we had the quarrel, it really tore us up. But sometimes I think this girl is all, maybe this world is all. I guess it's 'cause I'm all messed up. Man, how do you wake up a voice in the morning? Jeez, totally. Let's see, we got any new comments here? Vlogging should work for more viewers. That's kind of what I was thinking. So maybe I'll try next week. I'll start my show off doing the blogging. Now you'll have to tell me if you can find me again. If I change that one setting, is that going to throw everything off? Or does it just mean that people are going to be able to find me easier? Because on a blog? I don't know. Just like, wow, you know. Coffee. All right. So it's actually just all gaming for some reason. Wow. Well, see, because I talk a lot about concerts and movies, old movies and old TV and that kind of stuff. So I thought, well, entertainment, you know, because most of what I talk about is the crap in this room, and it's all pretty entertaining for me. Yeah. So there you go. We still have an unknown viewer. I cannot see who you are. Well, if you're not going to show me who you are, then I'm going to do this. All right, people. I'm thinking, if you'll pardon my pain, I'm going to do me a little Bong Hits here, because pain is the name of the game in the morning, and I don't like pain. It's my lifelong companion at this point, but yeah, pain. So you're 15. So it's not for this video. I made it not for kids. So they must not consider 15-year-olds kids, right, in the eyes of YouTube. So I guess, what is the YouTube rating for kids? I mean, what is a kid in YouTube standards? 10, 11, 12, preteen? I'm going to say preteen. That would be a kid in my book. I think that's a pretty good assumption. It's pretty safe to say that a preteen is probably still a kid. Of course, if you're a preteen, you don't want to be called a kid. My daughter's 20, almost 20, and I call them kids. So I guess it depends on how old you are. I don't know. You know, like I'm 55 and you're 15. So there's only what, like a 40-year difference, right? Now, when I was your age, I pretty much dressed the same. Of course, I didn't wear pajamas. I didn't wear any pajamas when I was a kid. I just went to sleep in my clothes or in my underwear, right? But other than that, I still wear novelty shirts. I still wear jeans. I still wear corduroy. I still wear Vans and Nikes. I pretty much dress just like I dressed when I was 15. Yeah. So I feel like I haven't changed much. I've gotten older. I'd like to say I've gotten wiser. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Yeah. So if that's what you think advised, I think I'll give it a shot. I think I'll switch my setting to vlogging or blogging or video blogging or whatever they've got, whatever one of those settings is. So pardon my 55-year-old pained self. I'm going to do a bong hit here. What's the deal with smoking marijuana in your country? And I'm hoping that at 15 you don't smoke at all, cigarettes or anything. I sleep with the headphones on with a sweater that has hills on it. A sweater with hills. Now, when I was 15, a sweater with hills was a girl in a sweater. Pardon my old guy humor. There you go. So yeah, what's the deal with smoking? You don't smoke, do you? You don't smoke. Yeah. But you know, this is, I don't know. The United States is really, really weird culturally, legally. There's a lot of weird, backwards shit going on, right? So, smoking marijuana right now in most states in the United States is legal. There are a lot of states who say, we don't want that kind of stuff here. Of course, they'll suck down poisonous booze and tobacco by the freaking truckloads, but they don't want any marijuana. So what's it like over there? Are you allowed to talk about it? Just say no, and I'll get it. Oh, well, good, good. Your parents are smart people then. Yeah, don't smoke. Don't vape. Don't do any of that shit. I started smoking when I was 13 years old. I first smoked marijuana at the behest of my own parents, right? Because I wouldn't go to sleep. I grew up in a hippie counterculture environment. Naked hippies running around, braiding each other's hair, throwing flowers, good, peace, love, all that kind of stuff. Okay, that's how I grew up. So it's good that your parents would kill you for smoking. Rightly so. Smoking is a bad thing. I should never have started. By 15, I was smoking marijuana regularly with my friends. And actually selling my parents marijuana in joints to pay for my food, right? My parents would worry about marijuana, and I would steal their marijuana, roll it up into joints, and sell it to people at school so that I could buy lunch and bus fare, right? So it's a mixed up world. So good for your parents and good for you that you have good parents. I have changed the whole format with me and my daughter. So my daughter doesn't about having to go hungry so her parents can have a good time. My daughter doesn't know about having to wear dirty clothes to school. She doesn't have to know about going to 3 and 4 schools in 1 year. She doesn't have to know about, what it's like to have to pick up and move in the middle of the night because all of a sudden things get bad, right? So good for you, good on you, good on your parents. I wish I had never started smoking at all. When I was 16, about 15 or 16, I started smoking cigarettes to impress a girl. How stupid is that? And from then on, I smoked on and off until 2013, when I just twisted up a pack of cigarettes and threw it in the trash and said no more. Of course, the old guy that we were caretaking was being taken to the hospital with lung cancer and died shortly afterwards. And he had never smoked, right? So it was like, you know what? I got to cut down my habits. So I switched everything down to one vice. All right. I had recently sustained a neck and back injury, and they had me, the doctors, they had me on pain pills, just nothing but pain pills. So I decided to switch back to my old days being a pothead, and I started smoking pot. Inhaling the smoke from cig makes my eyes water too. Just getting smoke in my eyes just irritates the hell out of me. Yeah, yeah. Even marijuana makes me cough. Look, cigarettes, forget about it. I got to the point to where, I had been smoking off and on since I was 15, right? And I had to, once I got in pain, and it was like, okay, well, I'm going to go back to smoking pot, because as a kid, I remember, pot did a lot for me, and I had smoked all through my years growing up. I kind of tried to leave it behind in the 80s and 90s, dabbled with it off and on, a little bit less in the 2000s, and then by 2013, 2014, I was just in so much pain all the time, and the pain pills were just putting me to sleep. So I started smoking pot again. I went down, got a medical marijuana card, started going to the dispensaries, started dabbling in the different kinds of stuff they had. And being a smoker, it was easy for me to just go back to the smoking. I would suggest to anyone, if they're going to get into ingesting any kind of marijuana, to just go with the edibles. Edibles are in such good form now that they don't give you upset stomachs. They're not totally loaded with poisons and sugars and stuff. You can get them sugar free. You can get them made out of freaking vegetables if you want. I mean, you can get any kind of edible now. Before, it was just like you made pot butter and you made brownies or candy or stuff, and it was like, it always gave me a crappy stomach. Yeah, you have school tomorrow. You should go to sleep, man. I said, man. Are you a guy or a girl, or something in between? Well, good. If you want to keep me on while you're going to sleep, that's cool. I won't bug you anymore. Turn the volume down, so then it's just my shining head reflecting every once in a while from the screen. So yeah, I decided to just go strictly medical marijuana, and gave up the alcohol, gave up the cigarettes, gave up the pain pills, gave up all the other crap, because the pain pills had destroyed my stomach. Not to mention all of the things that I had done from the 80s, 90s, 2000s didn't help. But yeah, if you're new to this stuff and you want to try any kind of marijuana in any form, try it in the edible form. Stay away from smoking. Smoking is bad. Smoking is archaic. Smoking is last century. Vaping, even. Vaping is so passe. I mean, we don't know. We know enough about smoking that we should know that vaping is more than likely horrible too. All right, because you're just putting liquid chemicals in a vapor forming into your lungs, and it's like more potent, more powerful, stronger. Come on, no bueno, no bueno, dude. Like, let's get over it. I still see that we have a second viewer who hasn't chimed in yet. I want to say hi again. Let me know who you are. I like to do a back and forth. If you don't have time for a back and forth, I understand it. Give me a thumbs up or something. Say, we need a wave button, right? Or a hi button or something, so we can just give it a quick snap and say hi to somebody on the comments. See, because I get a heart button. I can do. Boy, now I was transgender, male to female, for like a year. Oh, all right. How'd that go? I think dude fell asleep watching you. All right. That means I get a lot of time on my viewer thing. Well, this guy watched for the longest viewer ever. He's still watching. He's 23 years old now, and he's still watching. Yeah, that if they did fall asleep, thank you for leaving me on, because that really helps with my my YouTube analytics. So yeah, when I was a teenager, I really battled with who I was and what I was gonna, I bet they were shocked. I bet my parents were shocked when I came in wearing makeup, and tight leathers, and yeah, looking very effeminate, but that's the way it was. I mean, we had punk rock, we had heavy metal. I mean, if you look at Vince Neil on the Shout at the Devil album, and the oh, what is that, Too Fast for Love. Is that what the first album, right? The Motley Crue, the first album, where he just looks so. I mean, I thought it was a girl. I thought, wow, that's a really flat-chested girl. I guess with the shirt open. Yeah, parents can get shocked. I grew up in the hippie counterculture, so not much that my daughter does or can do will shock me. I'm really accepting and open. Yeah. So, if you're still there, was it you who liked Harry Styles? And if so, what's your favorite song? And I'll post a video before you go to sleep. And then I'll leave you alone. And I don't know if I'm going to play any more music because, man, my voice is just not happening. Oh, you don't know who Harry Styles is? It must have been Krim that said that they liked Harry Styles. Harry Styles is one of the boys in One Direction. That boy group from a while back. Harry Styles. Yeah. Satellite, Late Night Talking, Cinema. Yeah, just a host of great songs. Yeah, when you're young, society likes to throw you in a lot of different directions. They like to make you think that you don't know what the hell's going on, and it was like that for me back in the 1980s. Especially with MTV. I mean, it was the 1970s with disco and like David Bowie, androgyny, and kind of like the on the cusp of the sexual revolution from the 60s. The 70s were just crazy, right? So by the 80s, and then MTV, and now all of this weirdness is being thrown at America through the television on MTV. 1981, August 1st, MTV comes online and America goes, what the hell? Who are these freaks? Right? And I'm going, wow, kindred spirits. But yeah, it was really, really hard at that age to know what the hell. I mean, yeah, I flipped. It wasn't so much that I dabbled in what my sexuality was. It's more that I experimented on my exterior appearance. It's like I had long hair, and everybody knew me as a long hair hippie type guy. And then one day I went in and had and just went in, took a pair of scissors into the bathroom and just cut off all my hair and went Billy Idol. Right? I don't know if you know who Billy Idol is. Spiked hair sticking straight up, right? So, yeah. And then, I thought for the longest time that I didn't know who I was sexually. Do I like boys? Do I like girls? Do I like girls and boys? Do I like neither? Who am I? What am I? And much like my reaction to how society looked at me, I just decided to say, fuck it, I don't care. I'm just going to be whoever I am, whatever I am, however I am. And, to hell with the consequences. Let people figure me out. I'm not going to try to figure me out anymore. All right. There's no reason. I'm going to wind up being whoever I am. There's no reason to sit and spend a lot of brain power and emotion and energy trying to figure out how to fit into society. To hell with society. Fit into you. You're the glove that you got to fit into, not society. Really? Made him insane, huh? Well, yeah, my friends kind of weirded out on me too. Because all of a sudden you've got this friend who looks one way, and then he shows up the next day and he's like unrecognizable, right? When I showed up at school, right, and in high school back then, we had what was known as a smoking area, right? In the 1980s, you could smoke on campus as a child, as a non-adult teenager. You could smoke cigarettes on campus. You could also get into your car and leave the campus at any time, and take off, go drink some beers, get high, and then come back. Things were different back then. But yeah, my friends, when I walked into the smoking area on campus at high school, I came and went on campus for days before people realized who I was. Oh my God, you're that dude, Mike, what's up? I mean, it was like, my name is Mike, by the way, Michael. They used to call me Mike. If you get a chance, watch my little 15-minute documentary in my videos entitled Hi, They Call Me Mike. Now that'll give you kind of an overview of my early years. It's not an in-depth documentary. It's just kind of an overview from 68 to the late 80s. So give that a check out. If you guys like that, I'll put another one together on a specific era or a specific portion of my childhood. But yeah, I made my friends nuts too. I lost friends. I got new friends that just kind of stood back and let me be weird. I didn't get too out of control. I didn't start dating guys. I didn't start having sex with guys. I just wondered. I was just curious. I was always trying, how am I going to fit in? And then I used to wear skirts in the 90s. Yeah. But yeah, I just decided not to give a shit anymore, which of course I saw my first Grateful Dead show in 1987. And that was fantastic. Fell asleep on the lawn during what they call space, which is all instrumental stuff. And I was smoking pot, so it just put me right out. But yeah, in the 1990s, in the mid 90s, I started following the Dead again, and also did the Renaissance Pleasure Fair. And that was kind of a throwback to the hippie counterculture type stuff. So I found a longing to wear skirts there because they were so damn comfortable. Five guys and a girl. So what was the funny part? Dating the girl? Because that seems like, yeah, you date five guys and then you date a girl. Now, of course, it doesn't seem, to me, because I'm like a throwback, I'm a dinosaur, it seems slightly unusual, right? But only because, today it's so normal just to do whatever the hell you want. And I really envy all of you 15-year-olds today who are able to just be you a lot easier than it was for me to just be me. All right. I'm so confused. Yeah, I mean, some people, even today, some people just can't understand it and don't get it. Like I said, I grew up with hippies and stuff and counterculture, and in the 70s, seeing guys making out on the couch, and girls, running off together naked. So it wasn't a big deal for me. And so in the 80s, it wasn't a big deal for me to wonder about my own sexuality. It was a big deal for everybody else around me because they were like had been grown up like this, and I had grown up like this, right? Even today, I can talk to my friends, and they're still like totally weirded out on how how different I was. But yeah, I can understand what you're meaning. I dated a lot of girls growing up, and I went through a lot of girls growing up because of my own confusion and not knowing how to have a back and forth. Now, the girls who were more like me, and maybe that means more masculine, maybe I got along with those girls better. The ones that were more feminine, really feminine girls, maybe I got along with those better because I had a slightly feminine side. I guess I still do. I mean, everybody does. Everybody has a yin and a yang, a masculine, a feminine, and we just have to find the balance that works best for us, like the pH balance in the pool, man. Dude, we need a little more chlorine in here. All right. So maybe need a little bit more male or a little bit more female. I mean, to balance things out. I think it's okay to have both. I think it's okay to feel both male and female inside of us, right? And express it however we want, Yeah, I don't see anything. Well, a year ago, yeah, but have you come to terms with the fact that it's okay to not know? I mean, it's okay to just go, I don't fucking know, and maybe you haven't gotten to that point yet. But if I can help you say, it's okay to not know, man. It's just okay. You don't have to worry about it. You got the rest of your life to figure it out. You don't have to try to figure it all out before you're 16 or before you're an adult. There's no time limit on figuring yourself out. I'm 55 years old and I ain't got a fucking clue, and I'm happy as a clam. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me who everybody else thinks I am, and it doesn't matter to me that I don't know, right? Because we're never going to know. If we know, it's because we've put a label on ourselves, right? We've decided, okay, this is what I am. This is what I'm going to be. And I'm going to have to conform to this because this is what I've decided. No, fuck that. Screw that. Do whatever the hell. Be what you want to be, embrace life, not a label, Oh, well, that's a bummer. Well, I hope you can stay friends. I mean, I would like to think that in the girls that I dated in the past, I gained more friends than not, right? I think I left on pretty good terms with most of the girls that I've dated, save a few, which if they don't like me because of what happened, it was probably my fault, all right? Because I was a confused, they would consider a freak, right? But yeah, I mean, you just don't put so much energy into trying to figure out how to fit into somebody else's version of what they want you to be. Just don't go there, right? Don't even go there. Don't even try to, find out what label you should line up under, okay? Don't even get into that line. Don't even look at that cue. I mean, if you want to look inward, but don't look inward to find what kind of label you're going to wear. I hate labels. I hate them. My name on YouTube is a label. Crazy old weird bearded guy. All right. It's all label. All right. But they're like labels that society has put on me, right? But they're okay. I'm okay with those. Each one of those describes me to a T. Crazy old weird bearded guy. That's me. That's me to a T. So I'm okay with those labels. Yeah, texting is very impersonal. I try not to text. I would prefer a phone conversation, but nobody likes to talk on the phone anymore, not even my daughter. And I can hear it in her voice when I call her, like from the store, because I don't want to sit and do this in the store. I just want to talk, get it over with. All right, well, then send it to me in a text, right? But yeah, most of the time you talk to somebody and they would rather be texting. It's like, I don't want to talk on the phone because I got like 40 texts going on right now and I'm scrolling through a million freaking things on Instagram, right? Yeah. The world goes like at such a fast pace and they want everybody to keep up with all of these labels that keep getting thrown. If I can offer one piece of advice, two pieces of advice, don't smoke anything. stay away from processed anything. And what was the other thing I was going to say? 2 pieces of advice. One piece of advice: don't wear a friggin' label. All right, never wear a label. All right, especially those that society wants you to wear, because you don't need any of that. All right, all it does is put you on some kind of pharmaceutical drug, or puts you in the loony bin, or you send you to a shrink psychiatrist. You know what? Don't worry about how society, yeah, multitasking. And I just can't. I cannot do it. I can't get into the whole, texting and scrolling and driving. Every day I get in the car and I drive, and I look over and I see somebody staring into their lap, and I just want to pull in front of them and slam my brakes on and let them eat the back of my van, right? But I don't. I try to be nice when I go out. I used to not be nice. I used to get really upset when I'd go out, and then I had to retrain my brain. But once I did that, I was able to go out. And how did I retrain my brain, you ask? With mushrooms, magic mushrooms. Believe it or not. No, I didn't just eat a whole bunch of mushrooms and go, wow, dude, I'm seeing God. No, I didn't do it that way. I would take the tiniest little amount of hallucinogenic mushrooms, so small amount that you can't hallucinate on, you can't even get high on, right? All it does is kind of make you slightly euphoric. That's about it. If anything, it kind of relaxes you. So I would take a tiny bit twice a week with tea and a little pot and a little music and some low lighting, and I would put myself in the best mood I could possibly be in for like 3 or 4 hours, which is about how long it would last. And I did that every week, twice a week, for 2.5 months. And then my brain was retrained so that when I'd go out and I'd feel mad, I would think of that experience, and boom, I would be in a happy place. I don't know how they multitask either. Texting while you're cleaning your whole house. Yeah. Now, if I'm cleaning house, which is what I do for a living, I clean vacation rentals out here in Joshua Tree, California. But when I'm cleaning, yeah, I can't text. I got gloves on, first of all. And I don't want to slow down. People, it's like their whole life, their day, they get this much done in this much amount of time, because most of that time they're texting. This is all texting time. This is what they're doing. And they're spending all of this time texting or swiping or whatever, multitasking, And so it takes people forever to do this amount of stuff, because they cannot put their phone down, right? They can't even drive without their phone anymore. So shit takes forever. Deliveries show up late. It's a nightmare out there in the world anymore, because people cannot leave their phones alone. I pick up my phone once in a while during the show if I've got something related to what I'm doing. Rarely will I sit and scroll through. I only do Facebook right now, because that's all my brain can handle with everything that I got going on. But I don't need that. Some people have to be on it all day long. I would rather be here in my life all day long and use a little tiny bit of that to enhance my life, right? Not live my life there and every once in a while come out and enhance that with some reality. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can multitask, like the best of them. I can multitask, but why do I need my phone? I don't need my phone for any of that multitasking. Playing the guitar and singing and reading the words at the same time and trying to remember all of that, that's multitasking. And then trying to take a sleep look at the comments over here to see it's almost 10, I think. Ooh, you should go sleep. Good night. Good night, Invised. Yeah, it's already 10. All right. Well, you take care, man. Peace. Stay good. All right. Love you guys. Take it easy. I'm going to sit here, hang out, and I don't know, talk about something because I can't shut up in the morning. Oh, I know. I'm going to warm up my coffee. All right. Good night, Advised. You take care. All right. Well, looks like I'm alone again. Naturally. Thank you, Invised, for joining me. Good night. And if you're still going to watch, turn the volume down so that you can go to sleep and close your eyes and go to sleep. I don't want to get in trouble with your mom, and I don't want you to get in trouble. So good night. Yeah. So there you go. All right. Well, here I sit alone again, naturally. So I had a great conversation this morning. Please watch and read the comments and listen. I enjoy talking to people from anywhere, let alone around the world. And this morning I've been talking to Invised from who's in Brunei. I didn't verify if Invised is from Brunei, but Invised is in Brunei. And we were talking this morning about sexual identity, I guess, and how we feel that we are, how we perceive ourselves. And yeah, I mean, alone, I battled through it my whole life up into the 90s when I just decided, you know what? I just don't care anymore. I mean, I'm just going to be me, right? And so, you know, more power to you guys, you youngsters, for being able to navigate society, you know. And, you know, my advice to all of you is don't smoke and don't wear labels and don't let society put labels on you. Be who you are on the inside and express that on the outside. My daughter's friend, Charlie, is weird like me, 19, maybe 20 years old, and has embraced her weirdness, you know, and that is so cool, you know. And, you know, it's positive, and I try to remain a positive influence and just, you know, try to give positivity, you know, because there's nothing worse in this world than being young and not knowing what the fuck is going on and nobody there to help you, right? So, wow. And Advice is 15, which is totally cool because there's like a 40 years difference between the two of us, right? And we can sit and talk, you know, about anything. And that's so cool. I really appreciate that. Um, there's a bunch of hearts for you. Yeah. Wee hearts, hearts, hearts. So yeah, when you're young and confused. It's hard to go to your parents because they don't want to see that in you. They don't want to see a confused kid. They figure they've raised the perfect child, and they don't want to know that you're like going, what the hell? Who am I? Right? So it's really hard to go to your parents, you know. So there needs to be more people to talk to in the world of a kid, right? In that non-adult period of time that we exist in, where we think that we have to have it all figured out before we're an adult, and we don't. There's like this 5 or 6 year period, like from 13 or 14 up until you're 18 or 19, where you're so confused because you don't know where you're supposed to fit in. You know, what you need to realize is that you don't have to fit in. Fitting in means wearing a label and conforming to somebody else's version of who they think that you should be, but they're not you. You're you. So worry about you. You know, don't focus on, you know, labels. And, you know, it's really sad that we haven't gotten past that it's gotten worse. You know, and that's, yeah, there's no need for it anymore. There's just not, you know, and I think that, you know, I can see that through my daughter. I've done a good job because she can just, she's her. All right. She's not what she thinks I want her to be. She's not what she thinks her mother wants her to be. All right. She's who she's trying to be. All right. So yeah, you know, parents need to be more understanding, especially if they open their eyes and look to see what's going out in the world, you know, because there's a lot of weird shit going on out there. And kids are being pulled in a lot of different directions. I mean, adults are being pulled in a lot of different directions, right? Imagine as a kid what it feels like. So yeah, get out of that. Don't smoke anything, and don't wear friggin' labels. You know, of course, I'm gonna pick up my thing here and smoke my marijuana, and my whole name is a label: crazy old weird bearded guy. Right? It's just labels, labels, labels. There's a dichotomy there. That's intentional. These are labels that society has put upon me, right? Society has called me crazy, has called me weird, has called me old. They see me as a beard when I go out. They see the beard first, right? And I'm a guy. How do they know I'm a guy, right? Maybe I'm a bearded woman. Maybe I see myself as a middle-aged pregnant black woman. Okay, maybe that's how I want to identify myself, right? But society has put a million labels on me, right? And if I allow it to happen, they will force me into a line under one of these labels. And I am forever that, you know, and I've already done that. I already wore those labels when I was a youngster, when I was 15, you know. I wore those labels all through growing up. You know, look at that guy in a skirt. He's a weirdo. You know, he must be gay. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It doesn't matter. Is it any of your freaking business anyway? Right? So I look weird. Well, to me, you look weird. You know, wearing a 3-piece suit, carrying a freaking briefcase, and going off to work every day for 12 hours just so you can retire and then die, right? You've given your entire life to something, and now you're just going to go out there and die or walk around on a freaking golf course because that's the label that you were forced to line up under, and you're just going to stay there your whole life? No. I mean, I've gone and seen the Grateful Dead, you know, half dozen times or more. Does that make me a deadhead? No. I grew up in the counterculture hippie, and and I've got long hair and a beard. Does that make me a hippie? No, not really. You know, all of these labels you can throw upon me, and I can pretty much rationalize that they're not me. But do I need to? Fuck no, because I don't care. It doesn't matter to me what society thinks. And that's the key, you know, shaking off all of that bullshit, you know, just shrug it off, just let it go, you know, don't focus on what they want, you know, and don't try to focus on examination, self-examination. Well, who am I? What do I want to do? You know, it's like, just let it happen. Organic is one of my key words. Just let it flow, baby. Just let it go. You know, if anybody pops in, I got to wake my wife up in about a half an hour. Arg. But I think it's about time for some bong hits. So like this morning, we're still doing the 8-track, you know. I'm going to do some, well, maybe I'll do, I don't know. Let's do some of this King Louis. It's kind of harsh and it makes me cough, but it's really good and it really kills my pain quick. It's pretty good on the head, but it's really good on the pain. Whereas the sativa, this indica is what I'm doing here. The King Louis is really good on pain and pretty decent on the head. The sativa is pretty decent on the pain, but really good on the head, right? So I try to go back and forth so I don't get burned down on one thing. And I try to use the marijuana properly. I don't let it use me. I don't just get fucked up and pass out. Unless, of course, that's what I'm trying to do, which like yesterday, I smoked quite a bit of sativa early on after my show so I could go just pass out, and I did, and it worked. And I got some really good sleep over it. So this morning I'm going to do the indica because I don't want to go to sleep. I want to kill the pain, but I want to let that coffee do its job so I can do some video stuff here. So let's see. Now, Vice said that they like clave, which I'm hoping that's the correct pronunciation. But I don't know who that is, so I'm going to have to check that out and see if there's anything there that will interest me and possibly connect me and clave a little more, because I like making a connection with people. And we already have a pretty good connection because when I was 15, I was pretty confused and kind of, you know, got bounced around as far as society was concerned. I had no clue what to do, who I was, where I was going. So yeah, we'll see. We'll have to do some more research. I tried to do some research this weekend, but oh my goodness, what a busy weekend. Whew. Wow. What a time difference there. Check in at some point and watch part of this. I fiddled around on the guitar this morning. My voice is not awake yet. Too hard of a weekend and too much sleep yesterday. It's going to be a while before my voice wakes up at all. As you can hear, I'm still got a little bit of a, yeah, I can't hit those high notes, and that's a bummer. Because I really wanted to do some high stuff this morning, but oh man, my voice. I am going to have to get that that voice tonic stuff that when I was at a Richard Marx concert last year, Mr. Marx was talking about the stuff that he's drinking on stage. And it was like lemon juice and honey and cayenne pepper and, you know, a few other little things. And it was just a sipping thing. You just sip a little bit down and it helps open up your throat and get rid of all of that. So I think I'm going to look into something like that to sip in the mornings so that I can wake my voice up in the morning and do a little more playing toward the middle to the end of the show. Of course, I tried playing guitar and singing a little too early this morning, so it didn't pan out as well as I had hoped. But I think that the two songs that I did, Slip Into a Groove and Doing That Dope Again, I hope you enjoyed those in Vice, because it probably won't be too often that I do a little impromptu concert in the mornings, just because it's hard to wake up. Yes, that's Eeyore on my cup there. Cute little Eeyore. My soulmate, Terly. Yeah, I'm pretty whooped. This last week was pretty heavy. Going to the Lucas Nelson concert Tuesday night, taking my daughter to her Fall Out Boy concert Monday night, and going to the downtown Disney and hanging out. And then the previous Tuesday, going to Pappy and Harriet's and seeing Mitch Rowland and Harris Harper and special guests Sarah Jones and Ben Harper. It's been a phenomenal week, and it's just gotten better. Being able to talk to Invice this morning and have some really good back and forth. I feel like we've bonded this morning. You know my name now, so I just need to know your name, and then we'll be buddies. And then you can call me anytime for advice or recipes, or stop over and borrow sugar. What we need to get into is we need to get into more of a Q&A about my room here. I need more people to be interested in asking me about my my living quarters, my domain, my domicile, my inner sanctum sanctorum here. If you watch some of the first season, you'll see a bigger picture of my room. For season 2, I wanted to kind of zoom in a little bit and give you a different angle. For season 3, keep your fingers crossed, people, I'm hoping to go multi-camera, right? I'm really hoping that I can figure out a multi-camera deal. I think it's going to mean an audio video mixer and a new laptop, all right? If I can do the audio video mixer, I think I can get my daughter's old laptop, but not until she graduates at the end of the year. And then she's going to get a new laptop for her university experience. So fingers crossed that for season 3, we can do something different, right? Now, there is there's an option for picture-in-picture. I don't know what the hell that means. I can share my screen, but in doing so, I got to have something to share. I may create, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll create a slideshow so that when I have a guest, I can put up a slideshow and we can discuss the slides. Okay. So a photo slideshow. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and put together some slides of me from the early years on up into the late 80s, early 90s, maybe even some from the 90s. Because like I said, I had some Grateful Dead experiences in the 90s before Jerry died. And I had some Renaissance Fair experiences before my desire to party that much died. But yeah, once the Grateful Dead experience was over and the Renaissance Fair experience was over, I kind of put away childish things for a little while until I could kind of figure out what I was supposed to how I was supposed to be, you know, like I discussed yesterday, came a time in the 90s when, it was discussing it with my friend David the other day, that there came a time in the 90s where I just decided I wanted a family. I had to have a family, my own family, mother, father, brother, sister. Everything just kind of did not work. My own family we sucked, right? So I didn't want to go there anymore. And I wanted my own family. I figured, okay, well, if I could find a girl who likes me for who I am, right, we can have a child, and the child's going to have no choice, right? I'm dad. And as long as I can not destroy the relationship, it should just get better and better, right? So I think I've done a pretty decent job of creating my own little family here where I'm accepted. I'm not understood, not by a long shot, not even by my own family, but I am accepted. Looks like we have another visitor, somebody popping in here. Who are you? Halt, identify yourself. Yeah. I scared them off. Oh my God, like they was totally freaked out. Uh-huh. Chicken. Scaredy cat. Where did you go? You ran away for, huh? You too scared to talk? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Of course, once you get a family, then you got to wear the hat of father and husband, and you got to figure that out because that's all new. You have to take a look at, what are your role models for being a father and husband? Are you going to be an Archie Bunker? Are you going to be that guy from Married with Children? Right? Are you going to be a Homer Simpson? Are you going to be a Father Knows Best? Are you going to be an Ozzie Nelson? Are you going to be a Mike Brady? Who are you going to be? Are you going to be your own parents? So I had no real experience to pull from to who I was going to model myself after being a parent and a husband. So once again, I had to say, well, society's screwed up because society just keeps putting out idiots and morons and freaking idiots and morons. And I don't want that. I don't want to raise an idiot or a moron. I don't want to raise somebody throwing a freaking screen at him. Here, look at this. Here, play this game. Here, watch this video. Here, do this. No, I don't want to do that either. Of course, you send them off to school, and that's what they do. They just throw a screen at them and say, here, watch this, and push these buttons, right? Take this test, and then wake me up, and I'll grade it. Speaking of wake me up, I got to heat up this coffee. Well, yeah, thanks for the advice. Advised. Advice. That's it. Pardon me. Morning mochas. Burgers en la mañana. So every once in a while, you hear me speaking my Spanglish, my broken English Espanol. My wife is Mexican, so after almost 25 years, I've picked up just a little bit of I don't want to say Spanish because she's not from Spain. Of course, that's the language, but she speaks Mexican. She's taught me Mexican language. She hasn't taught me Spanish. I don't speak with a lisp. Yeah. So to the Mexican language, salud. So I am half Mexican on my wife's side. Okay. I'm half hippie on my parents' side. I'm full California and Valley on my own side, like for sure, totally gag me. Wow. Yeah. Good old running amok. So here we go this morning. I think I am going to next week start my show as a vlog rather than an entertainment program, because Vice says that most of the entertainment programs that are live are gaming, streaming stuff. Let's watch my game, and that's cool. I get into that, but people are gonna switch there and see me and go, I don't want to watch this kook. That ain't entertainment. So I will switch it up a little bit and see if I get more viewers that way, because I get a lot of people that pop in and then leave. They're like, he ain't playing a game. He ain't watching a movie. So maybe that's it. He's just sitting there smoking dope and drinking coffee. What the hell is this about? She's, turn it, Ari, turn it before he sees you, turn it. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, they don't have a setting, crazy old weird bearded guy sitting there drinking coffee and smoking, so I got to find a setting that works for me. I don't know what the hell that is. I could probably go to edit and switch it now, but I don't want to do that. I'm getting toward the end of the show anyway. In about 15 minutes, I need to go wake my wife up and let her get her day rolling, so she can get it together and get out of here. I'm probably not going to end the show then. I'll probably just mute my show for a few minutes while she's getting her act together. And then that way I can continue with my blah, 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 and hope that someone else shows up. I had a really great time with Inviced this morning, and we had another viewer who was on for a while, but decided not to chime in and let us know who they were, which is cool. I totally appreciate a fly on the wall. I've been a fly on the wall a lot my whole life, because I like to just kind of be a voyeur and watch. So yeah, if you're a fly on the wall and you don't want to say anything, that's cool. I'm not going to pester you. I'd like, but we don't always get what we like, and that's cool. I'm totally cool with that. Thank you very much. Okay, boys and girls, remember, smoking is bad. Don't smoke. Of course, I sound like my grandfather. Do as I say, not as I do. But I'm just trying to offer up advice, meaningful advice. I mean well. When I say don't smoke, I'm not trying to be facetious or sarcastic or funny. I mean it. I am probably going to die a horrible death from cancer, probably lung cancer, if I don't already have it. So take my advice. Don't start smoking. If you want to try medical marijuana or recreational marijuana, do it in an edible form. If you don't already smoke, don't start. It's just not, I won't encourage my daughter to smoke at all ever, or vape. And I hope, that she never does. Where's that? There's that vein right there. Look at that vein. Isn't that a great vein? Yeah. We got big veins in my family, right? On our hands and stuff. Look at that. You see that there? Big veins, big veins. Yeah, it's cool. My daughter's like, Dad, why you got such big veins? I don't know. My father had big bulbous veins all over him. And maybe it's any doctors out there. Is that a side effect of smoking marijuana, that you get big big puffy veins on your arms and hands and stuff? I don't know. You know, um, I don't know. I'm gonna drink some more coffee, smoke some more pot, sit in quiet contemplation. Hmm. And I think I'm gonna get a second cup today, just because um, I've had so much sleep in the last 24 hours. I don't think I could take any more until this evening. I don't want to do a nap today because, uh, like I said, I had way too much sleep yesterday. Normally, my normal sleep period is from about midnight to 4 in the morning. All right. That's about normal sleep. If I'm lucky, I'll get to sleep before midnight, but you will usually be awake at 4:20. 4:20, 4:20, 4:20. I get up that early so that I can be on the air here at 5. All right. Now I'll do this show anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. I don't think I've gone over 4 hours. But that takes me to about 9 o'clock, right? And by 11 o'clock, I'll know if I'm going to stay awake and continue with my day, via being going to work or working on some kind of project here, or whether I'm going to be going back to sleep, taking a nap for a couple of hours. So I could go to sleep from about 11 or 12 up until about 1 to 3, something like that. So I could get another 3 or 4 hours sleep there. Now, normally I used to get about 5 hours sleep a night and then go to work. And then the next night I'd get about 4 hours sleep. And then I get up, I'd go to work, I'd do that. And then the next night I get about 3 hours sleep. So that by Friday I'm just like on empty. So that Saturday or Sunday, once a week, I would just crash really hard and I'd be out for like 10, 12 hours and try to catch up on all of that sleep debt. Now, you can't always do that. You get to a point to where you're too far away from all of that missed sleep and you can't make it up, and you wind up screwing yourself up, which is what I've done most of my life with insomnia. So, you know, now with the schedule I have now, I'm actually getting more sleep. I get my 4 hours and then my 3 or 4 hours here. So I'm actually getting 7. I'm actually getting a better night's sleep doing my show than I was trying to just sleep at night. Um, yeah. I mean, I can only sleep a few hours and then I get up 2 or 3 times during that 4 hours anyway. So the sleep isn't really good. So to be able to put together 2 really good chunks of sleep, I mean, that's really important, and it's really helped me lately. I'm able to sleep more, but I'm also able to sleep better. Like yesterday's napping was phenomenal. I was actually out for, you know, like a 2-hour chunk before I would wake myself up and have to go um, take a leak, for lack of a better phrase, and then able to go back to sleep and stay in a deep sleep for a good chunk of time. So yesterday was pretty good, and then I got up and my wife had made my suggestion for dinner, fried chicken and biscuits and gravy, and I thought, well, what the heck? I guess we could have used some kind of vegetable. It's a really southern um, meal right there. I thought we were going to do mashed potatoes, and then after the fact, it was like, well, I'm glad we didn't do mashed potatoes. But I think we should have had some kind of fried okra, or something, a sliced tomato, or it's a very southern American southern meal, fried chicken and biscuits and gravy. But it was really good. It filled me up. And then I had some cookies after I picked my daughter up, and was able to get to sleep again pretty early last night. I think I was asleep before midnight, which is pretty much all I can ask these days. But yeah, We're back to the So yeah, I'm gonna wake the missus up here in about 10 minutes, get another cup of coffee, maybe hit the little men's room, and get a couple of things together here, and then we'll do the second half of the morning show. So yeah, if you see my sign up or you see the room is empty, just rewind a little bit, right? I mean, because that's all you got to do. Rewind a little bit, see where I'm at. Say, oh, he's just taking a break. Did he disappear? What happened? He evaporated, man. He was there and then he's gone. Dude. Oh, yeah, more coffee. Definitely going to need more coffee. Let's finish off this cereal bar here before we have our second cup. Well, I'm so happy this morning to not only have talked to Inviced and bonded, get to bond on such a personal level. Not just because I was 15, because I was 15 and confused and had a lot of issues going on, right? But the fact that, that I got to, have such a great interaction with someone 40 years my junior, because to me, you don't feel like, I don't feel like I'm talking to a 15-year-old. I've never really grown up. So to me, I feel like when I talk to you, I'm talking to a friend and I'm 15. All right. So, it helps me to live vicariously through you and become young again, just like I do through my daughter. Even if I don't go to a concert with my daughter. All right. When I drop her off, all right, I am totally invested in every single second of her experience because I'm living it with her, even if I'm not there. All right. I am, even if I'm not there physically, I am there with her spiritually. All right. I am there. I am feeling everything that she is. I'm having a good time. I'm kind of an empathic person anyway. So, yeah, it's pretty awesome. And not only that, but I also get to live the experience as a father and friend. And as a husband, we got to go and do the downtown Disney, and it goes right back to when my father used to drop us kids off at concerts, or go with us to concerts or take us to concerts, so that's really cool. My daughter didn't get to do a lot of growing up during that whole pandemic thing. She was stuck at home on the computer during schoolwork, during her like a year and a half of high school she missed, right? That high school experience. So by the time she graduated, she had missed out on a lot of adulting, a lot of things that we do to make us ready to be an adult. And that was unfortunate. So when she graduated, fifth in her class, and it was time to get accepted to university, she decided that, what, maybe I want to stay and go to the college here and do a little more growing, right? And I thought, how adult is that to know that you're not adult enough, right? So she made the decision to put some time in here and get used to the college experience. And I totally commend her for that, because she has gained so much knowledge on how to navigate that world, the academic world, the world of academia. So that's freaking awesome. now she's on her way to go to university, to get a degree in psychology. She's going to get an AA here, an Associate of Arts, and then she's going to university to get a bachelor's in psychology. And then, with any luck, all hope says that she'll continue and get a master's and then maybe a PhD. And it takes a long time for a lot of people to do this because they have to go out and work and have a family and do all of this, or those people are just, go into it and then they never get to have a family. But I'm hoping that my daughter can get through this with not a whole lot of resistance while she's still young, so that she can have all of this to help her, with the experiences that she's going to have throughout the rest of her life. I think it's another adult moment in her life, at this age, to make the choice to just stick with it. All of her friends, are out doing stuff, partying, going to work, doing all these things. She's got a few friends who are still in school. I would hope that she's going to be a positive influence on them as well, and keep them in school and try to make, a positive effect on those around her. She's a positive influence on me completely, more so than I am on her. All right, so I'm going to go wake up the wife and let her know it's time to get up and start swimming upstream with the rest of the salmon. I'm not going to go anywhere, but I will put the microphone on mute so we can have a little privacy. And once again, thank you again, Advised, for hanging out and listening to some of my music, and giving me the advice on some of my YouTube channel settings. And I will try some of that out Monday morning and try to put my little set here together a little better. I kind of like this angle here, so I think I'll kind of hone this little desk thing that I've got going on here. I like this setup here. It looks a little crooked on camera, so I'll try to get that squared up, and get my audio video stuff together, get my channel settings together, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me go wake up the missus and get some more coffee. Hi there, people. It's me, and I'm back. Hey, so if you're checking in this morning and you can't hear anything, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm just muted right now. We're in a bit of a morning wake up situation here. So I will be back unmuted in just a little bit and try to be a little more entertaining since I'm listed as entertainment. All right. So here I am, Mr. Entertainment, and I'll be back in a little bit. All right. So see you in a bit. I'm back, baby. Can you hear me now? I'm back. I'm back, baby. Pardon my belch. Okay, so it is Thursday. It is the 7th of March already. Wow, the 7th of March. My father's birthday is coming up in a couple of weeks. He has passed away a few years ago. We were never much on celebrating birthdays, he or my mother or kind of the rest of us. At least I don't recall ever really having any birthday parties thrown for me. For my brother and I, yes, when we were younger, we share the same birthday. So we had birthdays together when we were younger. When I got older, I never had a birthday party thrown for me. I threw myself a birthday party once, a camping birthday party, and just invited a handful of close friends. And we just sat around and drank Moosehead beer and had a campfire. And my friend's older brother made food. I don't even remember what he made, but it was a fun time. But we were never big on celebrating birthdays, so I wasn't one to call or send a card on either of my parents' birthdays or my brother or sister. I still don't. I'm not a birthday guy. We celebrate my daughter's birthday however she wants to celebrate it, right? When she was younger, we used to throw these elaborate birthday parties, and she would invite everybody in her class from school, and we would just throw these giant, fun, entertaining parties, have just so much to do and so much food. It was a lot of fun. It was more fun for us because we got to, really get into doing it. My wife is Mexican, so we had the parties were like dual personality parties, kind of an eclectic mix of Mexican and American traditions for a birthday party. So that was pretty cool. And then as she got older, we would throw pool parties and have her friends all over. And we'd have a big place at the park or in a like a community room at like a mobile home park. The big room where everybody gets to use and play and stuff. So those days were neat. As she got older, she decided, she didn't want parties. She just wanted to hang out with her friends and do, that kind of stuff. And she was she's not one into asking, well, I want this and I want that. I want this and I want this. She was just never into it. She's just not that kind of person. So, and she knows that anytime throughout the year, whether it's her birthday or not, if she wants something or needs something, all she's got to do is ask. And if we can deal with it, we will. And she knows that. So she's never been one to ask for much. And then, on occasion, there'll be something special. And so we'll go out of our way to make sure that it happens, like her first two Harry Styles concerts. They were expensive, but they were worth it to us to have that experience for her, and that was really important. So, yeah, I just put the sweater on this morning, and it's making me feel a little itchy, but I had to turn the heaters down. It was getting too warm in here, but it is cold outside this morning here in Joshua Tree. Hi, Oliver. How are you doing? How's your little toes? It says that it's 44, but it's got to be in the 30s. Hi, little Ollie, little boy. Did you want to come up here and see me? Did you want to come up here and see me, buddy? Come here. Hi, little guy. Good morning. I know I ate my breakfast already. I ate my cereal bar. I don't have any crumbs for you. There's none in my beard. There's no crumbs. I don't have any crumbs for you. I could give you coffee kisses, but I don't want to do that. Little guy. Oh, you just want me to scratch you, huh? All right, I'll scratch you. Okay, I'll scratch you. So, guy, how's your foots doing? How's your feetses doing? How are your little feetses doing, huh? You was limping a little bit after the concert the other night. After we got your nails trimmed, are you better? You don't push on your toes no more? Your toes are better, huh? Your toes are better? Can you get my nose? I'm going to get your nose. Did you just squeak? Did you just squeak? You little squeaky guy. Do you want to go back to bed? Do you want to go back to bed, or you just want to keep pestering me for attention? Huh? Huh? Oh, little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Little guy. Hi. How's it going? How's it going? Okay. Can I be done scratching you now? Can I be done scratching you now? You want to go back to bed with Natalie? You want to go with Natalia? You want to go with Natalia? Come on. Let's go with Natalia. Let's go with Natalia. Let's put you back to bed. I'll be right back. Go back to sleep now. Come on. No, there's no food. Come on. Back to bed. Water. You guys, little muchachitos, they suck. They just every single morning, they all want to do stuff at different times, right? It's like, okay, I want to get up now. I want to go out and take a pee and get something to eat, and then okay, now I want to go back to bed. And they sleep all day long. Literally, my wife goes to sleep at 8 or 9 at night, sometimes 10, and they get in bed with her. And then my daughter will go to sleep and take one of them with her. And then when we wake up, they all shift and they go into bed with her. And because she stays up late, she's a late night student, so she stays up late. So she'll sleep in late. And so they'll sleep in all day with her. And then some days I'll take a nap at about the time that she's getting up. And then they just get right back into bed with me, and they will just sleep and sleep and sleep. They're the laziest dogs. But you know, hey, I don't require them to do anything. They're dogs. I want them to be dogs. Yeah, and they're fun dogs too. They're really fun and funny. Okay, so I will Monday be setting my viewer settings, my audience settings to vlog or blog or what have you, right? Because I guess this is a video log, right? If that's what we're gonna do, then let's do it right. Of course. I'm hoping to get a bigger audience. I don't want such a huge audience that I can't keep up with the back and forth. I mean, I guess if I can get on here for hours about nothing, then I can probably keep up with, multiple conversations. Hello, Tootsie. Hello, Tootsie Frutti. Tootsie Frutti. Come here, Tootsie Frutti. Come here, Tootsie Frutti. Come here, Tootsie Frutti. There she is. There's Tootsie Frutti. This is Tootsie Frutti. Yes, this is Tootsie Frutti. This is my Tootsie. She is a Chiweenie. She's got big ears. Yes, Tootsie. She is Tootsie. Where's Natalie? Where's Natalia? Where's Natalia? What's that? Is that Mom? Gotta get those ears up. What's that? What's that? Tootsie Frutti. Tootsie Frutti. She is precious. She is a precious girl. She is precious. She's such a good baby girl. She's such a good girl. Oh, she's such a good baby. I love you, Tootsie. I love you. Do you love me? Do you love me, Tootsie? She is just the best girl in the whole world. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. She belonged to my father before he passed away. So we adopted her. Along with big face Bessie over there. You've probably seen her on camera a lot. But these guys are just changed animals since my father had them. We had to bring her in off of the property out in the Mojave, and she wouldn't come. She would very seldom come to anyone, from my understanding. And you couldn't capture her if she knew that you were trying to capture her, because you had nefarious plans, right? So they had to coax her in with whole baked chicken, right? Rotisserie chicken. So they just throw pieces out until she got closer and closer. And then I stood there with a blanket, so I looked like a partition. And then as soon as she came in front of me, I just fell down on top of her and scooped her up in the blanket. And then my father said goodbye to her, and then handed her to my daughter. And she's been my daughter's ever since. Anytime that she thinks my daughter is around, she'll put this face on with those ears. And then as soon as my daughter comes into sight, those ears disappear. And she spends every waking moment with my daughter, if she so desires. You don't have to chase her at any point to get her to come to you. She used to run from my wife a little bit at first, for the first year or so, but she's a different dog. She really is. Why do you let that dog lick your face? Well, because I'm a dog whisperer, and I have a thing with dogs, and I know what my dogs do and what they get into. They eat kibble and they drink water, and they groom each other. That's it, right? And I've I've had dogs my whole life since I was a little kid. I'm a dog guy. I am a dog. I'm a Leo, so I'm a cat, and I'm a dog person. Got your nose? I'm gonna get your nose. I'm gonna get your nose. I'm gonna get your nose. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get that nose. That tongue. She won't stop licking. It's a nervous habit. So she's a full-bred Chiweenie. Like I said, she's my baby girl. She's family. Oliver, our little Chihuahua mutt, who is much younger than her, he adopted her instantly and made her feel at home by not leaving her alone, constantly bugging her, constantly forcing her to come out of her shell, constantly trying to play with her. Now they're inseparable. I know. I'm going to get you. You got my nose. You got my nose. That's a game that we play. Oliver and I and Tootsie and I play Got Your Nose. She's got the softest mouth in the world. She can come at me and bite my nose, and I never feel it. She's like Mo with the poking of the eyes, right? People who got their eyes poked by Mo said that he came in so quick and he would just lightly tap you right on the eyebrows, right just above the eyes, right just below the eyebrows, and you would barely feel it. He was so good at the eye poke. I guess because you had to be. But she's so good at the got your nose. And Oliver too. He'll come in and he'll of course telegraph it, because he'll look at you and then turn his head, and then he'll come in and slowly turn around. And if you don't move, he comes in and he grabs your nose ever so lightly, right? And then ends it with a kiss, a little. You got me. See, most of the time she doesn't even touch you. She comes in, she snaps right before she gets to your nose, and then gives you a lick. Oh, yes, you're adorable. Yes, you're adorable. Oh, you got me. Oh, you got me, girl. Oh, you got me. You want to go back to bed? You're just too much. You're just too much. Yes, you were just too much. You were just the funniest girl. Oh, you got me again. You got my nose every time. Yes, you want to go back to bed with Natalie? Huh? You want to go back to bed? Come on, you guys. Let's go. Come on, baby girl. Right back. Okay, there you go. You could probably hear every single bit of that, right? Open up the door, let the dogs in, get them up onto her bed, open up the blanket, get them in there, tuck them back in. Everybody gets back into the bed. And then, of course, Big Dog, she wants to go out. So now she's out, which means in 60 seconds, she's going to be done with her business and want to come back in. She doesn't have her own doggy door, so I got to let her in. So, yeah, this is part of my morning routine, is being doorman for a bunch of dogs. And I love it. They give me so much in return for what little they ask of me, right? So I'm happy to do it. We live in a very small house. So having 4 dogs, it's real important to be able to get along, everybody to get along, and not have any real social issues, because that can be a real bummer when you've got dogs that don't get along, and favorites and all that kind of shit. And that just doesn't happen here at our house. We don't allow our dogs to argue. If they do something wrong, or if they do argue, somebody steps on somebody accidentally, which is usually the case. They don't fight over anything. Usually it's they're playing, or somebody jumps up onto the bed or the couch or something and steps on somebody, right? And that's usually that causes, and somebody will, yell and scream about it. So we just talk them down, just show them love and affection on both sides. And I never scream and yell, unless of course Sam is chewing on something, which he has a nervous habit of doing. Sam is the dog in charge, and when the other 2 start playing, or somebody is not paying attention to him, he gets frustrated. He starts chewing on a blanket, one of his blankets, sometimes my blanket, and he won't stop. So sometimes it makes me frustrated, and I'll yell at him, "Stop! Stop! No, stop!" But other than that, and that's my own issues. It has nothing to do with him, because if I scratch and pet him usually, or say, "Come here, come over here," he'll usually come out of it, right? So more than retraining him, I have to retrain myself on how to react to his issues. Did you hear the bark? That's Bessie saying she wants to come back in. A little bit of oof. All right, right back. I'll get the door one last time. Oh, you want to get up here? Get up here? There you go. She's going to get up on a big chair over here next to the heater. So if you're checking in, we played a little bit of live music earlier. Me, myself, and I was hanging out here with Enviced and someone who may or may not have put me on and fallen asleep. I never got them to check in, so I don't know. But it's okay to be a fly on the wall, right? It's okay, just as long as you're not a wallflower, right? I mean, being a fly on the wall is one thing, but don't just stay out of stuff. Get involved, have a life, engaged. It's your life. Do something. I try to do something as often as I can now. I used to lead a pretty sedentary life. And so, you know what? So did my daughter, because all she did was concentrate on school. So now she's getting out and doing stuff more and pulling me out and doing stuff more. I just did the tally and realized that she has taken me to 12 concerts in the last year and a half or 2 years, right? Since November 15th, 2022, to, yeah, to October of 2023, we saw 11 concerts, or she saw 11 concerts, right? And no, since 2021, right? She's seen a lot of concerts. 11 concerts just to 2023. And she has seen 14 concerts up until now. So in 2.5 years, she's seen 14 concerts. And on the books, she's going to be up to 21 concerts by the fall of this year, right? That will be her concert tally, will be 21 shows. And that's phenomenal. Yay for her, right? And yay for me, because she's taken me out, and now I've gone out and seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 concerts in the last 2 years, right? Which is, it surpasses pretty much all of the shows that I saw in these. Yeah. So I have surpassed all of the shows that I have seen in the 80s, with the last 2 years going to shows with my daughter, right? And it's all her, all of it, every single bit of it. We footed the bill on the first 2 Harry Styles concerts, and they were just phenomenally expensive, right? But we had to do it because it was her graduation gift. It was her graduation gift for high school. And then the following year, she got another concert because she had started college, right? And so that was her, us saying how proud, we are of her for not just sticking with high school, but for making the decision to continue her academic career. So, yay. And then, of course, we kind of set the wheel in motion for her to now become like a concert aficionado, right? She, when we go out, she doesn't drive, but when we go out, she does all the navigating. She finds out about everything that has to do with the show, all the rules, the regulations, the times, everything, right? She's in charge of all of that. She's in charge of buying the tickets. She takes care of all of the ticket information now, because she's earned such a phenomenal amount of money just for being a good student. I mean, they're constantly throwing money at her. So yes, college does pay if you do it right. She lives at home, right? So the money that she earns is hers alone, to do with as she pleases. We don't require anything of her other than to continue to go to school. We pay all the bills. We're not wealthy people by any means. In fact, we fall way below poverty levels. Okay. So it's not hard to keep the family unit together, just so that our kid has the ability to go to school. on her own ticket, right? We don't do anything for her when it comes to school. She does it all herself. She takes care of all of her financial aid, all of her scheduling. All she requires of us is a ride from point A to point B and back. That's it. You know, she takes care of it all on her own. I went with her to the open house at the university that she's going to attend last year, and that was yeah, I think it was last year, and that was fun. That was awesome. We spent 4 or 5 hours there on the campus, listening to people talk about the campus and visiting the campus and walking around. And she can do, pardon me, she can do her whole bachelor's degree from this satellite campus, just an hour from us, right? Or less than an hour. Well, no, it's about an hour from here. That's right. Which is fantastic, you know. And more than likely, if she's really lucky, she'll only have to take a couple of classes a week, and have to go to campus, and she'll be able to do some online stuff, which will help on transportation. Otherwise, it'll be one of us doing the transporting back and forth. And of course, if it's me and I've got to do a morning where I'm going to take her down there, it'll probably just be an early morning, or I may do a live from the campus broadcast in my car now that I can go mobile, people. Live from my car or live from the lawn under a tree, you know, maybe in one of the rooms in the library. I'm a campus dad. So I went to the same school that she's attending now. About 10 or 11 years ago, I needed to get up and rehabilitate physically because of my back and neck injury. So I enrolled in the community college here and attended it for 2.5 years, working myself back together physically and mentally, and emotionally, so that I could get back into the workforce in some capacity. So it's neat that she graduated locally from the high school and afforded the right to go into this college free. She has to pay for nothing at this college because she graduated locally. So every piece of financial aid that she gets is hers for her living expenses, right? And because we provide all of that for her, her meals and her rent and her utilities are all family, right? It's family. I don't know how people can say it's you're going to be 18 in 6 months. You better get your shit together and get the fuck out. I don't know how parents can do that in any capacity for any reason whatsoever, right? That's got to be a Western thing. It's got to be it's got to be an American thing, right? Because I don't know why people would just decide, you know what, I don't want you in my home anymore, you know, and whatever causes the children to want their parents out of the house. You know, I mean, they're your kids. Why is there such a dysfunction that you are required to get them out of the house as soon as possible? Why does the kid want out of the house as soon as possible, right? I ran away from home at 15 and lived with friends, right? And I lived like within a quarter mile of where my parents and family lived. They never came looking for me. They never gave a shit. They never asked around and wondered where I was, you know. So there's something to that. We can get more into that later. But you know, I don't understand why families can't just be families and, you know, be multi-generational families like my wife's side of the family. You know, she's got, you know, homes, you know, in her family that are, you know, parents and children and grandchildren and nieces and nephews and cousins and aunts and uncles and grandparents all living under the same house, you know, under the same roof, you know, and it works. And everybody has more experience and they got more pocket money, right? Yeah. So, you know, I would hope that my daughter is going to stick around as long as possible. And if she gains a significant other that maybe they will both choose to stay with us rather than to move off on their own right away, right? Stay with us a little while, you're getting your act together to figure out if this is good, rather than go off together and get a place and then have everything fall apart, and then have to come. Why not just figure it out here? If this is going to be right for you, figure it out and then make plans accordingly so that when you do go out on your own, you're better equipped all around to deal with it, on your own. Of course, then I would still hope that she'll be close enough that we constantly see her for whatever reasons, the dogs, the laundry, the food, familial camaraderie, whatever. There I go talking funny again. I love words. Okay, if you guys come in and you watch these whole things from beginning to end and you listen to me talking, you'll find out that I like to talk weird. Okay, I like to use words. Words are fun. I don't always use them right, but I sure enjoy using them. All right, because they're fun. All right, so the wife is up and she's gone and she's out. She's been gone for a little while now. We went mute and then we went, please stand by for a little bit, but I'm still here. I'm still here, people. I played a few songs live for my my morning guest, Enviced from Bernay, who we found out, and you can see in the comments, who we found out is 15, and we have a lot of things in common as 15-year-olds, because I can easily relate to when I was 15, because I've never really left that behind. I live in the past. I am the past. I've tried real hard not to grow up inside where it matters. Sure, the world might have beaten me down and changed me and turned me into the modern slave that they want me to be, but hopefully I've stayed in communication with that 15-year-old inside of me well enough to be able to talk with a 15-year-old on their level, right? And if not, at least be entertaining enough as an old guy to gain their trust and a reciprocal empathy, So here are my fancy words again. Reciprocal empathy. Say that one's 10 times fast, peoples. Right? That's too much. So totally, So I'm doing some King Louis VIII here. Louis. And it is an indica. I'm doing indica because it's for pain. And it does more for pain and less for my head, because I don't really want to get all discombobulated this early in the day. I've been smoking since I was 15. That's 40 years, off and on. So my brain is wired to be, boy, look at that bald head. My brain is wired differently than someone who's recently started smoking. Okay. And I've been smoking for a myriad of reasons, most of which is physical pain and mental depression and social ineptitude. It helps me to get along with people because I'm totally antisocial. So cheers. Good morning. Well, yeah, this stuff is a little stronger. It's kind of a gassy, diesel-y stuff. If you're going to do any of this stuff, try it in edible form. If you're going to do it recreationally or even medicinally, it's best that you ingest it as a food, not as a carcinogen. All right, it's just no bueno. Yeah. So it's 8 o'clock here on the West Coast, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is the 7th of March. This is episode 14 in my Mornings with Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy. This is the last show of the week. I will be back on Monday for show number 15. I was off 2 days this week because of attending concerts, but I'm back, baby. I've had 1 cup, and I'm finishing off another half a cup of coffee this morning. And I'm feeling like I need to start thinking about doing something. So in the next hour, we're in hour 3. So in the next hour here, I'm going to be trying to come up with some kind of agenda for the day. I think I promised early in the show that because I can share my screen, what I might do is, first of all, I've got to free up some memory on my computer, right? So I've got some free RAM. So let's say free up some memory, free memory. Okay, and then I want to create a slideshow that I can share with y'all in the mornings, okay? So that in the mornings while we're talking, I can say, okay, well, let me show you a picture of me when I was 8 years old or something. Or this is me in high school. This is me during my, I don't know who the fuck I am period, right? Where I changed personas so many times. And it's like nowadays, the youth is obsessed with sexual identity, right? And it's not that important. Society wants to make you think that it's ultra important for you to not know who you are, but it's not that important. Eventually, you get there. The more you worry about it, the harder it is to find you. All right, you have to allow you to come to you. Just be who you are, right? And don't worry at all what kind of label others want to put on you. All right, just don't go there. So I'm going to put together a slideshow of me, in the 70s and 80s, and we'll see what y'all think of that. All right. Now, I was talking to Enviced this morning about finding out a little bit more about me. And if you go to my videos, I've created a little 15-minute or so documentary on me. Hi, they call me Mike. They also used to call me Michael, which is what I prefer. But because of the way I looked, I also got called Michelle a lot. I was often mistaken for a little girl as a child. And when I show you some photos, you'll see why. Yeah, I would be the new kid in school 2 or 3 times a year, different schools all over the world. I mean, not all over the world, all over the Southern California area. We would move around constantly from Southern California, and then on occasion as far out as Nebraska and South Dakota, where I would attend, in 1 year, I would attend a country school like Elsinore, something in Elsinore, Machado Elementary, and then be out in, before that, be out in Watts, California, and be the only white kid in school, or be in South Dakota at Pine Ridge, Red Cloud Indian School, where I'm again the only white kid in a school of Native Americans, right? So I understand what it's like to be seen as an oddball, as the odd man out, the different person, right? So if I can offer up any advice to anybody who's out there going, I don't know who I am, man. Well, I don't know who the hell I am, and I'm 55, and it doesn't matter, because you are who you are in the moment, and tomorrow you're going to be somebody else, and yesterday you were somebody else, right? You evolved. You're constantly changing. Don't focus on all of that. You know, just focus on living. Focus on being who you are in the moment. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. Just be. You know, that's it. That's all you got to do. I don't force any labels or any mold on my daughter. You know, she is going to be who she is because she allows herself to just be herself. You know, and I think she is free from a lot of the social bullshit because she don't worry about it. She knows dad don't worry about it. You know, dad don't give a fuck what other people think about him. He doesn't try to force himself into a mold to fit what society wants. You know, and I really hope that she just continues to live her life for the sake of living her life, you know, no other way than she wants to. And right now, I think the only thing that she's doing that um, that is for herself as well as something that we want for her is going to school. You know, and she knows that if she stays in school, um, that's all we want. You know, that's all we want. And because she's really so good at it, right? And it seems to come naturally for her. I would hope that she sees the benefits of being able to do it now while she can live at home. Because right now, um, she she is allowed to live at home through, you know, the eyes of the tax man, right? So she's a dependent until she's 24, unless she stays in school, and then she can stay a dependent unlimitedly, unconditionally, as long as she stays in school. You know, and how cool is that? You know, and if she were to decide, look, I want to go to school in Colorado or Oregon or something, you know, if she wanted us to, we would just pick up and move and go with her and set up our life over somewhere else, right? And I had contemplated that when she was getting close to getting into high school. It was like, well, is this high school good enough for my daughter? Should we move somewhere else and establish a new life somewhere else a couple of years ahead of time, and so that she's ready to get into this high school, right? Should she go to junior high somewhere else so that she can get into this high school here? Um, and I decided it's not so much the school, it's what the student gets out of the school, and she gets a lot out of everything that they offer. So um, I left it up to her. You know, are you going to be okay going to this high school, or should we look for a better high school? You know, and because I moved around so much as a child and would go to two, three, sometimes a fourth school in a year, that I didn't want that for her. So she's gone to three schools, four schools now. She's gone to one school out here, um, first grade through sixth. She's gone to another school, seventh and eighth grade. She's gone to high school out here, ninth through 12th. And now she's here at another school going to her second year of college. And she's leaving here with an AA and going on to university. And she's doing it all locally. She's done it right along our major road here, you know. And we've just moved right along into the area that's closest to that school. You know, we stayed near her middle school or her elementary school, and then we went closer to junior high. The high school is close enough still that we didn't have to move. The college is just right there. If the sun wasn't shining through this window, you could see the college right there out this window. All right, it's just 8 miles down the road, which is, you know, out here in the desert, it's a neat. You can look out the window and see it. It's an unobstructed view directly across the desert to the high school. I mean, to the college, pardon me. Um, and and it's a great campus. Like I said, I went there and had fun. I just studied art. I didn't finish off my history or math stuff. because I just wasn't into it. I wasn't there to graduate. I wasn't there to go, hey, look, I got this thing. I was there to rehabilitate myself physically. And if I could have stayed there longer, I would have. All right. Just learning more stuff that I want to learn. You're not going to be able to graduate. You don't have enough units. You know, you don't have enough of the right units. You're going to use up all your financial aid and not have the right units to graduate, right? And that would be me, because I wasn't in it to graduate. I was in it to learn the stuff that I wanted to learn, to have some fun, and to rehabilitate. And I got all of that out of it. I did a lot of art. I took a lot of drawing classes and painting and photography and computer stuff. And pardon me, while my daughter and I haven't been able to share any of the other staff as being my teacher and her teacher, pardon me, the coffee's hitting me. One instructor that I am so thankful that if she was going to get any instructors, any professors that I had, that she got this one. All right. And it was my death and dying class. And Ms. Itmeyer, and I'm going to say her name, whether it's a Ms. or Mrs., I don't know. But she was so wonderful a person, so engaging, so great to listen to lecture. All right. The assignments were a pleasure to do, because a lot of it was artistic and creative, right? Which is right in my wheelhouse, and especially at that time. So I created just some fantastic artwork for the class, for projects. I got to use my writing skills and wrote some great essays and short stories for the subjects that we were assigned. And it was just a lot of fun. And I learned so much about death and dying and cultures. And I wanted my daughter, I was so wanted my daughter to be a part of that class, even when I was taking it when she was, back in 6th or 7th grade or something. It was like, oh, this is something she needs to know. And then she gets there and she comes home and she tells me that she signed up for it, and this is the teacher's name. And it was like, I almost cried. And then there came a time when she's doing her assignments, and she, Miss Itmeyer, makes the connection and realizes who her father is, right? And she remembers me because of my unusual response to her assignments, right? I would just put together these, for me, they were just great stories and photographs, and it was just the art projects alone were fun. I'll have to dig something up. Maybe in my slideshow, I'll try to dig up some of my artwork and share it. But anyway, I'm just so happy that my daughter got to take that class. And at one point, we went. A friend of mine who was staying here, we went to some basketball games at that campus, the college campus, which was neat, because that was kind of part of my getting out and into the world and doing stuff and getting out of my shell and saying yes to different stuff. But she, her professor was one to frequent the basketball games. She was a tall lady, Nordic genetically, so she was a really tall woman, and yeah, that was neat to be my age, and I'm 55 and my daughter is 19 going on 20. She's going to be 20 in the fall. she will have started the university um, before she turns 20. So that's, wow, good on her, huh? Um, but yeah, I mean, the fact that she and I got to share that experience, unfortunately, because of her uh, academic focus, she didn't get to take a lot of um, artsy fartsy classes like I did. Um, she right now she's taking the history of rock and roll, right, which is pretty cool, and is one of the classes that I didn't get to take. Had I gotten into some of my history stuff, I probably would have tried to take that one. Doing American history through Reconstruction, I believe, which is required. And I had to take that in college back in 2003 or 4, my first attempt at college, which I pretty much got C's through F's. I got a lot of F's. I wasn't college. When I went to the college out here, I got straight A's. Every single one of my classes was an A, period. I was competing with my daughter at that time. We were both getting straight A's. We both got on the president's list. We both got asked to join fraternities, those academic fraternities, not the weird, eating goldfish fraternities. And she did. She joined one of them because it's supposed to help her in her transcript, and she gets help from those on-campus organizations. So I thought, why not? She's a young woman. She's of uh, Mexican American, right? Um, and whatever benefits that she can get by any means necessary, just by falling into one of those categories, let them put that kind of label on you, all right? But let that be the only exception, and don't let that label stick with you. Of course, it's okay to be a young woman. It's okay to be Mexican American, all right? But these should be things that you wear proudly as you know, as a banner, as a flag, as a slogan on your shirt. Yeah, I rock. Not as a label, so they can check a little box, and put you in a file somewhere. That's no. So in that case, no, don't wear any kind of label at all, even if you are, white, black, brown, red, green, Mexican American, Irish American, Vietnamese, Portuguese, doesn't matter. That in that case, it just doesn't matter, because at the beginning we're all the same, right? Once you start tacking on all of these exterior modifications to your personality, then we become different, right? So don't allow us to become different, because we got a big chunk of who we are before we can be labeled as differently, all right? So hold on to that, all right? We share so much more in common than those in charge would lead us to believe, right? So hold on to that. Hold on to the fact that we are more alike than we are different, right? So if you're going to pick up a gun and shoot the guy on the other side of that wall over there because your country tells you to, be sure you understand exactly why you're doing that. Are you doing this for your reasons or theirs? Are you doing it to protect yourself or to protect a way of life that you've been forced into living, right? Um, so self-examination, all right? And then if they try to put a label on you, we'll take that label off and try to talk your neighbor into not wearing a label, right? Because when you take off those labels and you're just a real human, just naked, just you, then we're all the same. We are all totally the same. You know, when you hurt your neighbor, you're just hurting yourself, right? Because all of that marks your psyche. You know, Just like if you're watching a lot of horrible horror movies and stuff, and playing a lot of really harmful video games and stuff, that becomes a reality once it enters your psyche and sticks with you. It becomes reality. It's your reality now. All right. Death and destruction then become okay because you live it every day. Well, it's only a game. It's only a movie. Yeah, but your brain don't know that. Huh? Yeah, your brain, your memory, your psyche, deep inside of your head, it takes that information and stores it and holds on to it as it is, not as as fake, but as reality. Because anything that gets inputted into your brain becomes reality. It becomes your reality. So I tried to avoid really, really heavy, blood and guts, gory stuff. The stuff where your brain obviously knows that it's fake. Um, the cheesy drive-in movie type stuff. I'm okay with that kind of stuff. Science fiction where you can see the strings holding the tentacle up as it grabs somebody. I'm okay with that. You know, because it's so obvious. It becomes funny. So you remember a humor. You don't remember, oh my God, that's gory. You remember, haha, not uh-oh. Yeah. So when we finish this morning, whenever that is, can you hear the big dog? It's snoring over there. I think I am going to. My voice is not woken up yet, not by a long shot. I think what I'm going to be doing this morning is editing some old concert footage from a couple of years ago, and I'll be editing down into nice entire songs, and kind of tack a little intro and a little end, but try not to take away from the artist. I just want to introduce it. I don't want it to make it about me. At some point, I was going to create a segment on me going out to a show, and then it would be more about me and not about the artist. And on YouTube, it should be about the artist, because a lot of people are usurping a lot of art and stuff that other people make and making it their own content. And while I am going to get views and likes and stuff, I will also, in the descriptions, most of the time be posting links to the artist, whether it be on their own page, their own website, or a link to their tour information, their own tour information, not Ticketmaster or something. And any time that you watch any of the videos, let it be known that I want you to go to the artist themselves. Go to their homepage on their website. And if you're going to buy any merchandise or music or something, buy it directly from the artist. When you buy it on Spotify or you buy it from an aftermarket place, they're not getting as much money for it. All right. They're getting a percentage. They're getting pennies on the dollar and stuff. And that's not right. It's their art. Let them get the money. We've been able to take the big, giant corporations out of sharing and selling our art. So let the artist get their just rewards for it. Okay. So anytime I post a video, I'm going to be posting a music video of their music. I will be posting links to their stuff so that you make sure to go and if it's their Facebook page, go there and like their stuff. If it's their YouTube stuff, go there and like their stuff. Subscribe to their YouTube page if that's what I'm sharing. If I'm sharing, concert information, go to their homepage on their website and buy tickets from them. Whoever they deem their ticket provider, go to them, because it's real important. When you go directly to the artist for their art, they make the most out of it. All right. And that's important. Especially if you like the art, you want it to continue, support your art, support your local artists, support the artists that you like. And by that, I mean musicians, singers, songwriters, actors, um, authors, actual artists, do it, you know, get out there in the world, support them, love it, do it, become it. Going in. All right. And while it is getting pretty, it's still pretty gloomy out there. It's getting bright. I'm going to close this. And try not to get a head rush here and pass out. I'm smoking pot. Okay. So there's that. Does anybody recognize this kind of sweater? All right. Well, I'll tell you right now, I've never seen the movie. I never have. TBL, I've never seen TBL. You're going to have to tell me what movie, because I won't give it away. But I've never seen that movie. I've seen the photographs and trailers and that kind of stuff, and maybe little snippets. But I've never seen the movie, nor have I been. Have I wanted to? Jeff Bridges, one of my favorite actors of my lifetime. I would assume that I would, yeah, he's probably been acting about as long as I've been alive. So of my lifetime, he's one of my favorite actors. I haven't watched a lot of his stuff since the 90s, but of his, kind of middle of his career on. This is one of those movies, TBL, that I have not seen. Now, mainly because when there's a lot of hype about a movie or music, a musical group, and people, as soon as somebody tells me, you got to watch this, man, I am more likely to not watch it. And more likely to not watch it means like never. All right. And that's one of my rebellious character flaws that I've held on to since childhood, is that I refuse to be told what to do. All right. And it's gotten me into a lot of hot water, not trouble, because I try to learn from other people's experiences to stay out of trouble. Yeah, I mean, having rebellious nature has gotten me into a lot of hot water. And I don't like to be told what to do because somebody feels that they have authority, because they have a label. I don't like that bureaucracy puts a label on you and then has the authority to do with you what they please. And I don't like the fact that other people can tell you what to do as your peer and you feel obligated to do it through peer pressure, right? So I've always been, hey man, you got to try this, man. And I'd be like, no. Well, why not? Because I just don't fucking want to, stick it up your ass. Wow, dude, what's wrong with you, man? Why don't you want to try this drug that everybody else is doing, man? Well, because why? Why? You tell me why, because you say so. Well, if that's the reason, then go fuck yourself. I mean, I've literally lost friends because they've wanted me to do something or experience something just so they have company doing something where they know if they did it by themselves, they'd feel ultra guilty and ultra bad because, it was a solo experience. Don't get dragged into shit just to share somebody else's guilt. Nah, that's ridiculous. That's just stupid. So yeah, what am I going to do today? I am going to edit some music videos because that's something that I can do relatively quick and upload it onto YouTube and get the okay for copyright. I've got some the biggest thing that I've got on my plate is to clean up and get one of these machines together so I can play some of these big old giant tapes back here. And that is probably the biggest deal. I've got to set up the compressor, get a table set up outside, blow everything out, watch a video on how to clean my heads, then clean the head on the video machine. And then I've got to set up my computer to accept the data into the proper program so that I can digitize it. Once I do that, then I have to find the correct video to upload, and then have the memory, which means I've got to clean up my computer. I've got to free up memory first, right? So it's a big process. And for anyone else with the know-how, it would probably be pretty quick. But it's going to take me some shoehorning to get all of this stuff into the computer and then onto YouTube. But I am frantically working on my first segment, or my first program, hour-long, 90-minute long Sunday program. It'll be pre-recorded and edited, and I will premiere it live, and it will have multiple segments, and it'll be all about me, because that's most of this channel is about me and my life and my experiences, past and present. So yeah, we'll just keep pushing forward and finding out more about me in as entertaining way as possible, right? I have led somewhat of an unusual life, as well as most of my family members on my side. So I want to try to share as much of that with you, with my family and friends, because we won't be around forever. And as much about me as I can save before I go, get the vessel empty, we all have to kind of come to terms with our own mortality and shelf life and that stuff. So this is kind of helping me do that. The more I get out of me, the more I feel like I can let go, right? It ain't easy, but what are you going to do? This is my method of dealing with life and death and that which we get in between. Other people, deal with it in their own way, and I won't go into those ways, because it's not me to judge whether those ways are good or bad. So, yeah. Don't worry about labels. Don't smoke. Don't smoke anything. It's just no bueno. It's no good. I have been smoking since I was 15. And I wish I had never started. I wish I had started a regimen of diet and exercise and education at an early age. Like my daughter, she needs more exercise, but I think diet and education, she's doing okay. She spends so much time focusing on her school that she doesn't really have much free time to get out and do stuff. We try to, encourage her to go out as often as possible with her friends, which isn't a whole lot of time. And we like to, if she says, will you take me to a concert? Yes. I'm more likely to say yes 99 times out of 100. If she's going to ask me, I'm going to say yes. I may hem and haw about it a little bit, but ultimately I'll probably come around to saying, yeah, you know what, go ahead. I'll find, if I'm not going to go to the show, then, I'll find something to do, or, like in one case, I just passed out in the car, I wish some of these shows were closer so that I could just take my big gas guzzling van, and sound check, take my big gas guzzling van, and then I could just pass out in it or sit and watch a movie or something, you know. Um, so, it's okay. I enjoy going out, and I enjoy the fact that she likes to get out and do more. I know it's at some point, probably through academia, she is going to be encouraged to do more physical stuff, and that, you know, my favorite word is organic. Just let it happen, let it flow. Let it grow into however you fertilize it. Good and plenty. Give it nice, rich soil, and let it grow into whatever it's going to grow into. Don't force it. Just let it happen. And my daughter, I think, is that she's grown into whatever she was going to grow into. That's who she is, and it wasn't forced on our side or hers. I'm sure for a little while there she kind of floundered and wondered, who am I, like everybody does. But I think that through finding the right friends and us just kind of being there to help her understand, I think she's come out of that really quick. And it doesn't really matter how others people see you. you know um, and it doesn't really matter if you don't understand the person you see in the mirror. That's okay, that's normal. And it's okay for that. So I think everybody needs to know that, because I didn't. I was, every time I'm still scared to look in the mirror. I don't like to look in the mirror. More and more lately, I'm okay looking at myself on video and in photographs and stuff. And I'm like, hey, that dude looks cool. But no, I don't like to sit and look into my own eyes in the mirror. I don't shave. I don't do all of that kind of, those society requirements. Right. So, I feel like I'm glitchy. Uh, so maybe I'll move around more so I can see if I freeze. But I'm not into that. So, and I hope that my daughter has learned to just not fall victim to all of those stupid things that society, especially now social media, you know. Just be you. If you find something that you like and it becomes a part of your character, then that's fine. But don't let others force that on you. You know, just don't. Yeah, I was just glancing over at some of the comments that one of my viewers posted. Um, but yeah, I mean, just be you. Just be you. I'm starting to really feel like me. I'm feeling a little weak in the eyes, and a little sleepy. I never got the response from my viewer who was watching me on a big TV, on how big the TV was and how big that made my forehead look. Did it make me life sized? Was it a big, giant, big screen? Was it just a regular TV? What did I look like? Did I need to put a hat on or something? Uh, but that's one of those things that I'm okay with how I look. I mean, I've always been, since I was a teenager, I was always okay with the way I looked. I was always felt like I was different and oddball. I wasn't like that as a kid, as a little kid before high school, before junior high. I was always overly concerned with how I looked and how other people saw me, because I would be called a girl and I would be called fat and I would be, you know, be looked upon as like a little vermin or something, right? So I never got along with the way I perceived myself, until I got into my teen years, and then I was like, you know what, there are other people out there who are kind of weird like me, so fuck it, you know, fuck what other people think about me. And then I started to get into just being me. And then I started to experiment on who I was, so I changed personas quite a lot. And I'll try to put together a slideshow that takes me through those years. So won't that be fun? Won't that be fun if we can share the screen? And let's get this here. And I'll do a test. I'll do a screen share test. Screen share test at some point, and do a live test with my screen, and test do a test slideshow, because I don't want anybody to miss anything. And if I'm gonna bump this show up to the next level, I really want to do something that enhances my video presentations, right? Something that is engaging on that level, so we have more. So I'm going to try to create more video content, exploring my past personally, and hopefully at some point get some friends who would want to get involved and try to explore our past together. So that'll be neat. Yeah. I think I'm about out of coffee. This is the last swallow here. And it was cold. So there's that. There's the last of my coffee for this morning. So I've got some time off between now and the next concert. 6th June. I'm going to have to start putting ticks next to these things. Okay, so Tick Paramore, 1975. Yeah, iHeartRadio, Rollin', Fall Out Boy. Okay, so her next show is in Stu broke the lead. All right, and wow, her next show is in April, the end of April. So that is a day where I will be looking for something to do. Now it depends on the area. If this is the show that's in like Pomona or something, then I might shoot down the freeway for a couple of hours and try to catch some sunlight in like Sierra Madre Canyon or Pasadena. Try to visit something nearby, and do some live video that way, right? Totally. So yeah, we will see what goes on. I won't really know until we get closer to the actual date, and then after that, we're looking at. She's got 2 shows in June. And I don't know where they are yet. I'm going to have to start getting where these things are at. Well, I know these were at the Forum. This one was at Agua Caliente Casino. This one was at their but that was the Forum. Harry Styles, Love on Tour. Okay, that one was the one that was nearby. That was the Acrisure. That's the hockey place. Small place. I mean, it was like 11,000 people. It was such a great show. It was on his birthday, and it was just his first time he'd ever done a birthday show. And it was so small and so intimate. I mean, there had to be, less than 12,000 people there. It was just a great show. It was fun and funny and exciting, and the music was great. At one point, he lost his vocal effects, and it was just him singing raw, and it was beautiful. I think my daughter has it on recording. It was just, I don't remember what song, but I think she's got it, and I'll try to upload that video. Most of the stuff that she's been to, she hasn't passed it over to me on thumb drive yet, because I'm old school. So I'm going to do that. And let's see, let's do that. Let's do thumb drive. Let's get videos transferred. There you go, Natalie's videos transferred, and then that way I have more video stuff to upload, because she's got some great footage from a lot of shows, right? She records everything. She's a recording junkie, and I I'm like, look, you've got a laptop, so don't just delete stuff when you get to a show because you don't have memory. Upload your stuff onto your laptop, make a file, and then erase the stuff on your phone so you can keep saving stuff. And we even went out and we got her a little portable hard drive for her laptop. So now she can move stuff over and keep her laptop freed up for school stuff, right? I mean, how bitchin' is that? That's what I do. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So she's got a lot of shows coming up. She still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shows this year before the end of the year. And that's the last show is Los Tigres del Norte out here in the desert. So that's pretty cool. It's a family one. I love the family ones where it's me, mom, and daughter going out into the world to see a concert. It's not always like that, but I so want my daughter to get out and get those experiences that I'm like, no, you don't have to take me. I'm cool. I'll find something to do. I'll be the driver. Go play. Check out one of my reels, dropping her off at the Honda Center while my wife and I go out and play. That's pretty fun. Yeah, I love how she's at that age where it's so cool to get pumped up for a show and find out the right clothes to wear and make stuff. And mom at one point when she went to see, I think, Pierce the Veil, mom made her this great tutu outfit, black, and it was really bitchin'. So I really love it. She's got these tall knee-high Converse that have this laces all the way up. So right now she's into labeling, using the little beads with the letters on them and writing messages, song lyrics and song titles and album stuff. Pardon me. So she's into putting that stuff on her laces. The last show that she just went to was Fall Out Boy, and they created her. They recreated some T-shirts that the artists wore on stage a while back, or when they were young or something. So that was pretty cool. That they have the creativity and the fun within them to say, hey, let's do this, and then actually do it and follow through with it, and then not be afraid to ask mom or dad, hey, I need to do this, can you help me? Because both of us were frantically trying to figure out how to get these letters stuck on there right. What do we use? How do we do it? Let's watch a video. Okay, let's go from this to this and try it this way. Oh, this is working great. So it was kind of a neat little, we only have 3 people in our family, but it's neat to have that little family thing going on where, where we can work shit out, Yeah. Totally. What the hell was that, man? Is my pet rat? I don't know, man. all right, my plant looks better. I hadn't watered it in a while, and my wife is like, that plant's going to die. So I gave it some water the other day, and it looks really good now. It's in the perfect spot. It gets the right amount of light. So as long as now it gets the right amount of water, it should just be a beautiful, beautiful plant. I haven't had to groom any dead leaves off of it. Of course, you can't see it on screen, but it's right here. It's right there on this thing here. I kind of like this view. I'm kind of center screen, and we get my desk area, and then we get the little thing behind me to show, what I'm into. This is my stuff, man. These are my things. Ask me about my stuff. So yeah, there we go. Crazy old weird bearded guy doing weird shit. At some point, I'll probably end the show here and get some kind of breakfast, get refreshed, and then work on my giant tapestry of Post-its. I made the mistake by asking my daughter for a pack of Post-its, and she gave it to me, and now I've got Post-its everywhere, right? And it's like, this one is, I don't even need this one anymore, right? So this one, I don't need this one anymore. I don't even know what that means anymore. Yeah. So, yeah, my chair. I still need to work on my chair. So we'll put that one here, and we'll stick it up high so that it forces me to look at it. And then I've written up some new ones here recently. Oh yeah, and this is very important. So I'm going to try to take all of my videos from YouTube and download them back onto my computer, at least the live ones, and then take the ones that I didn't download or upload onto YouTube, the ones that I have saved before uploading to YouTube. Let me say that. And I'm going to take them and I'm going to record them onto DVD and or VHS, Betamax, that kind of stuff, so that I can archive them myself, so that I have my own copies of things. And then I can make copies of those and then pass them to people to check out. Because a lot of people don't want to just sit on YouTube and watch shit. Or, some people don't have the internet access to do that. And then there are some of these things that I just want to give to, one or two family members that I want to have some of these special things. Some of the recordings from my father, video and audio. Some of the little documentaries that I make that kind of relates to us all, right? So I want to kind of share that stuff with family. And then mostly I just want to archive it for my daughter so that she has it collected for, her own personal use. And let me see here. So that's pretty much that. I have a good amount of stuff here to take care of. Let me get rid of this. And awesome. I hear somebody revving their motor out there. Yep, motor boy. That guy is the rudest automobile owner. He's got like 4 vehicles. One guy. He's got 4 vehicles, a boat, a box trailer, and a bunch of other vehicles. The little 4-wheeler things, 2-wheeler things. He likes to rev that engine. The Mustang that he drives has got this glass pack muffler on it that just rolls everything in the house when he goes by. And he always drives right by here to get to his driveway over there that is right next to the street. So if he were to come in and just back into his spot, he wouldn't have to drive all the way through the park and then get right here next to me and rev his fucking motor, right? Excuse me while I vent. And then he goes through and revs it every time he hits a fucking bump, speed bump, right? And then revs his engine parking, and then parks, and then revs his engine before he turns it off. On any given day, he'll just sit out there and rev his fucking engine, doing whatever guys do when they have to sit out there and rev their fucking engine, right? Or he'll be on one of his motorcycles or boat, have his blasting the fucking motor on something, right? Not only that, but he likes to crank his fucking stereo at, uncouth decibels. And that in itself is bad enough, but he fancies himself a drum player. And he's got a drum kit set up there in a shed, which has no insulation. And then he swings the doors open, cranks up the music, and bangs on his fucking drums, right? And most of the stuff he plays is okay, music-wise. But, I mean, it's the same beat to everything that he plays. It's like me on the guitar. I don't crank up my guitar and play the same 3 chords over because that's all I know, right? And he just plays the same beat and the same songs, and it's just horrendous. It just becomes, if there were just one of these unneighborly aspects about him, or two, but it's every single thing about this guy, just is unneighborly. If anything happens around here and there is an ambulance or a fire truck or whatever, he is the first one to come walking out and walking down and just stare at whatever's going on. And I swear on my life, if I ever get hauled out of here in an ambulance, I will get up off the gurney and run over and beat the fuck out of this guy if he's looky-looing at me, right? Because, if I'm going to the hospital, I'm dying, right? And if I'm not going to go out with this son of a bitch looking at me, I'll go out looking at him as I'm beating his fucking face in, right? And I'm not a violent guy. I'm just not. That's not me. And I don't condone any violence, and I don't think that anybody should be violent to anybody for any reason, unless, of course, they're coming at you. But I swear that that's what he will deserve. I won't necessarily give it to him, but that's come on, mind your own freaking business. Go find something else to do. Every time something happens out here, you're not gonna do anything positive. You're just gonna sit there and watch. There was a fight outside here at a party one night, right? And people are out there banging on the door and yelling and screaming and getting chased off, and the cops are on their way and that kind of shit. And they just kept coming around and coming around and coming around. And all of a sudden they're out near where a friend of mine lives out here in the park. And I'm like, well, fuck, son of a bitch. Are they over there fucking with him now? So I grabbed a wooden club and I went out there and just made sure they were still on their way up the street. And them sons of bitches turned around and started threatening me because I was, they saw me as a fucking looky-loo, right? So, like, you know what? Whatever. So I ignored them and I just went home. Well, they followed me all the way back to home, And at one point, I just had to turn around and I'd say, all right, come on, motherfuckers. Either throw down or get your pussy asses the fuck out of here. Stick around. At this point, I was trying to get them to stick around so that they would be there when the cops showed up. which is all I wanted, was either get the hell out of here or still be here when the cops show up. Be that stupid, please. Because I am rarely intimidated by another human. I don't care how big you are, how fucking stupid you are. Usually there's a combination of some kind that just makes you, unscary. I don't give a fuck, I'm going to wind up in the morgue eventually, and if it comes down to it, you or me, well, fine. One of us in the morgue and one of us in prison. That's how it's going to end, So let's not go there, Let's just not go there, because it ain't going to, I'm not going to just go a little bit and say, oh man, I'm sorry. No, if you're going to fuck with me, let's go all the fucking way. If you're capable, you're going to fucking kill me, because I'm not going to fucking stop, right? You're going to have to fucking kill me to get me to stop, because I got enough bottled inside of me to take on 20 of you. That's it. That's all there is to it. Once I start swinging that fucking club, look the hell out. I'm going to break that son of a bitch in two over somebody's head and then go at two more fucking people, Especially if you come after my family, or especially if you screw over my family. God forbid, you've screwed over my family, or have been a family friend and have screwed over my family. You come back around sniveling again, and your ass is mine, because I'm going to hand you your teeth or hang them on a fucking chain around my neck, flat out. Don't screw me over and then come around going, hey man, it's still cool, right? No, because it ain't. It ain't ever. Won't ever be cool again. You make a decision. You fuck me over and you're fucked. You're done. So no, it ain't cool. Not by a long shot. Once we go there, that's where we're at from then on. I'm not one to forgive and forget. Ask anybody who's screwed me over. They either still don't have any contact with me, or like family members, it's taken a while, 8 to 10 years for me to come back around and say, hey, how's it going? Do you want to be involved in my life again, or are you going to be a total fucking nut job? Right? And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So I just avoid it. I created my own family so I wouldn't have to deal with all that other bullshit. And I knock on wood, I've been lucky enough to not have a lot of bullshit, and a lot of drama, family wise. Life throws enough drama at you. You don't need to create it within your own family just to have something to argue about, right? Well, our family argues a lot. That's just the way we are, Our family screams and yells a lot because that's just the way we are, Go away, please. Please go away. People who want to talk about, have toilet talk at the dinner table. And it's, well, our family's like that. We're okay. We're okay telling each other what kind of dumps we take and that kind of, I don't need to know fucking that kind of shit. Yeah, right? I mean, give me a break. That's private talk that you have with one, because it's necessary for health reasons. It's not common fucking, well, I'm going to go take a dump. I better do this and this so I can go take a dump. Boy, I took the biggest dump. I mean, come on. Those kind of people just disgust me, This is my fourth, I'm in my fourth hour now. So of course I get to the point where I've talked about so much and I've had so much coffee that I just feel so comfortable to start venting, right? And I don't want to go there because it'll turn out to be a bad day, man. So I'm going to wrap it up for the day. We're at 4+ hours. So that's a pretty good record, I think, especially for this season. Maybe any of the morning shows. We're over 4 hours. So that's good. It's got to be one of the longest, if not longest, show. We had a small break in the middle, but I got a really good chunk talking with one of my guests in the chat. So check that out. Rewind and watch, or watch it from the beginning. I hope you're watching it now and you're having fun. and you're not too weirded out about who is this fucking dude? Do I know that guy, but who the fuck is this guy? Well, if you know me and you're watching this and you're thinking, I don't know this guy, well, you're probably right, because nobody ever really knows anybody, and this is my opportunity for me to get to know you. So be reciprocal, talk to me. Even if I'm not here live and you're watching this in one of the playlists, comment, say something, because I'm going to read that. All right. It's going to pop up and I'm going to go, oh, look, somebody made a comment after the fact, and I'll go read it, and then I can make a comment back to you. So we'll still have an interaction. Okay. So if you're watching it, I'll get a live comment notification. So I may be able to respond to you live while you're watching it on the playlist. Okay. So there's that. Because I try to pay attention to what's going on with my YouTube experience here. And it is quite an experience. All right. So once again, I want to thank you for joining me. This is March 7th, 2024. It is Thursday, so it is my final show for the week. I will be back on Monday because I have nothing going on, which means that if I got to go to work, I can still get my morning show in. So stop on by. Let's see what's going on. I'm really busy this weekend. I've got to work all day Saturday and all day Sunday. So I'm going to be pretty beat on Monday, but I'll be here because I'm always beat. Okay, people, wherever you are in the world, stay weird and stay cool, and love y'all. Thanks for coming by. I will see you soon. All right. Let me go close my shutter. That'll make for a better exit. All right. So y'all take care, and I will see you. I will see you in a few days on Monday, and we will have a lot of fun then. All right. Yeah, crazy old weird bearded guy. Peace and love. All right. Let's roll joints, not people. Let's make love, not war.